Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock, Tuesday, May 20th, and I would like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have to adopt the agenda, item 2. We need to make one change to the agenda, item 6.1. David Carter, Community Homelessness Coalition, was scheduled at 10:30. I would like to move that until 1 p.m. in the afternoon, so there's more time for the public hearing. Any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, could I have someone please move acceptance?
I'll move acceptance of the
Councillor
amended
Vandermeer?
agenda.
All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We will be beginning the public hearing shortly. First of all, I'd like to thank all the residents for the phone calls, emails, and text messages that all the councillors have received. People are very passionate in this county about their land and their freedoms. This is the first time we are doing an electronic public hearing, and there might be a few glitches. The Clearwater County staff have been working tirelessly, testing to make sure this goes as smoothly as possible. But there may be a few glitches, so I just ask anyone on YouTube and on the phone to please be patient, and we will rectify this. If there are major technological issues and we're unable to continue the public hearing due to those technical issues, we will be recessing the public hearing and rescheduling it for a later date. Our number one concern is that the residents of Clearwater County have their voices heard over these bylaw changes. And if we do have to recess and reschedule, we will not be giving a second or third reading today on the bylaw as a result. So I would like to call, the minutes. I jumped the gun. Thank you very much, everyone. Item 3.1, adoption of the minutes. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Suggestion, because we're in this COVID environment, just so that we can, when I count the numbers, we're supposed to be gathering in 15 or less, and we had 15 people at the last meeting according to our minutes. I know it's going to be an extra if we could add who's leaving, who's coming out of the room, just so that we're within AHS guidelines. I know it's a little onerous right now, but it's just in regards to reading the minutes. It gives us who is in attendance, but it looks like we're all in the same room for the whole meeting. So I just would like to make a note that who's coming and who's leaving the meeting as far as administration, right? When I count the numbers, we're at 15 on the last meeting, but I was here electronically. So body-wise, we're good. But if I was here, we would have been 16. So I just don't want to raise that eyebrow, I guess, with AHS. So if we could just do that in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the minutes? Any changes? Could I have someone please move that we adopt the minutes? Councillor Lougheed moves. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.1, public hearing bylaw 1083/20 Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw. I would like to call this public hearing to order at 9:04 a.m. This is our first public hearing where the public will participate via live telephone conference call. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our usual in-person meeting. During the hearing, the meeting moderator will inform you when it is your turn to speak. You will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to comment. If you're watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best that you mute YouTube and listen via the phone, as there is a 30-second delay on the YouTube channel. If you are participating via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please call back with the number that was provided and we will add you back into the meeting. During this digital hearing, we will also be accepting written submissions via email as presented in the advertisement. I will now outline the process to be used. Everyone participating electronically shall register with the meeting moderator. Most people should now be registered if they have called in prior to the hearing. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair, and breaks within this hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the Planning Department representative will explain the background of the bylaw and outline the reason for the changes. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is participating by telephone and whom is in favor of the bylaw will be asked to submit his or her comments. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the bylaw. After all telephone comments are heard, any comments received in writing prior to and during the meeting will be heard. The Planning Department representatives will have the final comments and thus respond to any issues raised previously. To start off, Kim Gillam and Jose Reeves will outline the background and reasons for the changes to the bylaw.
Good morning. So I'm going to start off here, and then Jose is going to take over. So as we had brought this to you at the beginning of February for first reading, letting you know that we've been looking at this. So Council originally adopted Land Use Bylaw 71401 in September of 2001, and some changes were made in 2001 as a result of the new MDP at the time. And we have made additional changes over the years just with things like enforcement and stuff like that. So also since 2011, planning staff has made notes in their working documents where if they've found information unclear or missing definitions and other errors that we've picked up. So now we've put together a draft document to present to council to address some of these issues. The document was not meant to be a large update or to bring any major changes, just points of clarification. And after consulting with legal counsel, we were proposing to do a repeal and replace because so many amendments have been done. It would be easier to just include them all under one bylaw because it's been a number of years. So that's that part. And now Jose is going to go over the actual changes that we have made.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, Council. Can you hear me well? Okay, thanks. The proposed changes to the document include the following. In 2017, the provincial government amended the Municipal Government Act in order to clarify and streamline some sections. As a result, amendments to the land use bylaw are being made to reflect a few of the MGA changes, such as advertising requirements and decision-making timelines. New definitions are being introduced for some land uses, such as business parks, childcare facilities, equestrian centers, highway maintenance yards, and minor agricultural pursuits. To expand on the minor agricultural pursuits definition, a sentence was added which reads, "No sales of the livestock or sales of the production associated with the livestock is permitted." The reasoning behind this sentence is to clearly differentiate between somebody enjoying livestock for their own personal use on an acreage and somebody conducting a full farming operation on an acreage. Over the years, we have received several complaints regarding acreage owners having commercial amounts of livestock, such as goats, pigs, cows, or chickens, impacting adjacent properties. CRA and CR parcels are mainly for residential purposes, with some minor associated agricultural activities. There was never an intention to prohibit the sale of products. The intention was to keep minor agricultural pursuits minor. Based on the comments we have received, we understand now that this is a sensitive issue. So we will be taking a second look to this definition. A revised definition will be brought forward to Council prior to second reading, But first, we would like to hear some guidance from you regarding this issue. A definition for sea cans is also being added to the new document. Currently, the land use bylaw is silent about sea containers, and therefore their enforcement is a challenge for staff. A proposed section regulates the placement of sea containers to a maximum of 3. They are being listed as discretionary uses in the agricultural district, intense agriculture district, industrial district, and the light industrial district. This new section points out that sea containers be painted to match the colors of the principal building or be sandblasted or painted to the satisfaction of the development authority. Over the years, we have received several complaints regarding the appearance of some existing sea containers. So we're encouraging some efforts from property owners to take care of their property appearance for the benefit of the larger community. Again, our intention here is enforcement. If council wants to have these regulations reviewed or even removed from the land use bylaw, then this could be a conversation for the bigger review of the land use bylaw once the municipal development plan is updated. Section 3.510H is being expanded to ensure that the appropriate access from a municipal road is being provided for new developments. Section 6.13.4 is being expanded to clarify that holiday trailers or recreation vehicles can only be parked on residential parcels where a principal dwelling already exists. Over the years, we have received several complaints regarding the usage of RVs as a principal dwelling. It is difficult for a property owner who has invested in the construction of a nice single-family home to have somebody living right beside them in an RV. And in some instances, these RV dwellers also bring other RVs, and then at the end of the day, the parcel looks like a campground. And that's why we're trying to enforce this. Section 7.9 is being amended to complement new innovation, science, and economic development Canada regulations, as well as the new county telecommunication antenna system seating protocol, which was approved earlier this year. The term secondary road is no longer used by the province. As a result, the figures included in section 10.3 are being amended. Some land uses are being amended to reflect the new definitions. Also, we are reviewing the sequence of the districts so there is a better reading flow when somebody is consulting the document. Spelling and grammatical changes are also being made in the document. And finally, planning staff has been working closely with our GIS department in updating all the maps. So in the new revised maps, we are now including all subdivisions completed to this date and the applicable land use zoning for those subdivisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the planning representatives? Councillor Duncan.
I would start with the one on holiday trailers. Is there opportunity under this bylaw for people that are under construction to have their holiday trailer in the yard to live in at that time?
I can answer that one. We do allow people, if they apply for a permit for the construction of a residence, we've allowed them to have a RV on their property while they're constructing their residence. So as long as they have a valid permit in place, we have allowed that.
Okay. Follow-up?
Sure. And further to that, could you please clarify how the storage of holiday trailers, like as to number, and once the dwelling is there, like could you have friends or relatives' holiday trailers stored on your property?
The way the current bylaw is written, no. We allow like one, so your own essentially, to be stored on there on a piece of property.
But in addition to that, maybe if I could expand, we're not enforcing or going out there on the weekends to see who's doing what. only it's on a complaint basis. If somebody's living permanently or having 20 campgrounds on a permanent basis, then we will be enforcing that.
Right. And I think that's that sort of type of enforcement on a complaint basis is something we are kind of looking at in a lot of these things. So I guess at this point, I'm not sure I'm always comfortable with that in just enforcing on a complaint basis. It does open the door for neighbors who are not the best of friends to also accuse neighbors of doing things, and it ends up being a complaint where it might not be that situation in all cases. So I guess I'm thinking that 1 is too low a number there. I know this came to council, or sorry, at our last MDP review, we talked about a little bit. It was the previous council term, I believe. I know it was a concern at that time that it's fairly restrictive having only 1 stored on your property, because there's a lot of people out there that are storing more than 1. And like you say, we're not going to do anything unless there's a complaint, but it's difficult to leave everything to a complaint basis, I think. I would be a little more comfortable here with having more than 1 allowed. I don't know what the number is, as long as they're not being, like you say, permanently lived in. And it's difficult for us we don't have a bylaw officer, right? We have to be very careful on these and because we're actually just relying on development staff, planning staff to be our bylaw officers in most cases. And anyway, I would propose it even if as a starting number 2 or something, because there's lots and lots of acreages, and especially the CRAs out there with more than 1 on them, and the farms as well.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I know when we get to item 5.1, when we consider second and third reading, we will go through a lot of those details and make the changes. Thank you. Councillor Lang?
Well, I'm just going to make a general statement about this whole land use bylaw. I've had so many phone calls and emails. I've literally been on the phone and answering emails for the last 3 days. People are very concerned and they want to be involved in this. There was a mention that there are a few MGA changes and just a few updates. My definition that there's a lot more than a few. This document is 20 years old, and even parts of it that are not highlighted in red, I believe that we need to review. I've heard a lot of comments from some of the items that are still in black. So I want to do a good job with this, and the only way to do a good job is to have proper public participation. And we can't do it properly this way. This is a big issue about the CRA. I think we're being restrictive, and we're stifling economic growth. We're stifling small home-based businesses like the artist studios. It's in there that they can't sell the product from their home. Like, that's what artists do. They work from their home, and we should be enabling small business owners, whether it's agriculture or small businesses. CCANs 3, rather than, like, I don't understand it. If there's 4 CCANs, at least you can put rafters over top of it and cover it to make it look like a building. So I myself have a lot of issues, and with the phone calls I have heard, this document belongs to our public, and they need to be involved in a more meaningful way. And what Councillor Duncan said about the RV storage, I totally agree. I have relatives that live in the city and say, hey, Teresa, can we store your RV out here for the winter? I see no harm in that. So, the provincial government talks about red tape reduction, and that's where I'm at. I think we need to take a good look at this and make it easier for our people. When there's laws, they have to be enforced, or they should be. And so we need to take a good look at this and a proper look at this, and the only way is with feedback from our residents. So that's where I'm at. And so having said that, I'm actually wanting to table this until this COVID environment is over, and that we can have proper public consultation.
Okay. Did you have a question for the planning staff? No. Okay. So this is the time to ask questions of the planning staff. We will have time for our comments and our deliberation once we get to item 5.1 on the agenda after the public hearing. This public hearing is a chance for our public to get their say. And we've got people waiting on the phone. I think we should get to that as quickly as possible. Are there any further questions for planning before we move on? Seeing no more questions, has the planning department received any comments from referral agencies?
So Mountain View County, Red Deer County, and TELUS Communications all let us know that they had no comments or concerns. We did receive comments from Alberta Transportation, and they gave us a number of suggestions based on their rules on how we should adjust our bylaw to be in compliance and to match up to their rules. And so we did make additional changes to the bylaw based on that. Some of the things are just, they mentioned that, please note that Public Highways Development Act remains in force, that they have the Highways Development and Protection Act now, and different things like that have changed, or setbacks from property boundaries or when we have to refer to them. So we made adjustments based on those comments. So it was a large number of them, but basically just their requirements, so we adjusted our requirements based on theirs. And that was it for that, comments from agencies.
Okay. Now we'll go to the public waiting to speak. Please remember that you will be told by the moderator when it is your turn to speak. At that time, please introduce yourself and state whether you are speaking in favor or in opposition to the bylaw. You will then be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for your comments. You will be informed via the moderator that when you have 1 minute remaining and then 15 seconds remaining. And we also ask that while speaking, you have your YouTube channel muted due to the 30-second delay. I now invite comments from any member of the public participating via telephone wishing to speak in favor of the bylaw.
There is no one at this time to speak in favor.
Okay. I now invite comments from any member of the public participating via telephone wishing to speak in opposition to the bylaw. As a reminder, please be sure to mute YouTube if you are watching the live stream.
Okay, Amanda Reeve, it is now your turn to speak. Please introduce yourself and say your comments.
Hi there, I'm Amanda Reeve, as you already have my name.
Could we turn up the volume a little bit? Is that? No, Amanda, it's for our staff here to turn up the volume so you can hear you more clearly. So just wait 1 second and they will adjust it.
Try again.
Okay, does that sound any better?
Can all of council hear? Okay, let's go forward.
Okay.
Thank
I'll give it
you.
a try. So, my name is Amanda Reeve. My brother and I are co-owners of a property in Caroline that has been in our family for generations. Our great-grandparents settled there. In regards to the RV storage, I would personally like to have that number increased because I'm out of town. I don't live primarily in Caroline, so when I am able to get back home and visit there, I kind of like having my RV unit there for me to climb into when I want to stay for a weekend. It also makes it a lot easier for me to store my RV on the property that I pay the taxes on. Now, in terms of the container units, I think that a lot of people these days are building buildings out of container units. So 3 is a little bit of an odd number, if that might be able to be increased into 4 so that perhaps some people are able to make an actual square rectangle building out of the container unit. Another thing as well is having them painted or sandblasted. I know a lot of people work full-time. I'm not aware of a lot of people that have matching buildings already. I don't think that that's something that's enforced. And the cost of having to come up with the money to paint all of your buildings so that they all match, it could be a little costly. As well, in addition, there's a lot of retirees that happen to live in the county, and they're on a restricted income. So for them to be told that they have to have all of their buildings the same matching color, I think is asking a lot of them to come up with the cost as well as to actually go out and do that work. For the land use, where it's an agriculture community, to restrict the owners of the land. Again, my land has been in our family for generations. Now that we're being told that, no, you can't do this with the animals that we potentially have on there, especially in this day and age where there's a lack of food. You know, people can't just readily go to the grocery store and buy stuff. I think that that's a little hindering of people's freedoms and rights. It's our property. The fact that we actually have to pay to rent our property from the county is a little disgruntling in the first place. So now to be hindered with what we're able to do with our property as well, it is a little bit more frustrating. So I think that to hamper and hinder and say, no, this is what you can't do, that's going to cause a lot of people to be very ragey. So that's my stance on it.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Would it be possible, could we, before we go to the next caller, could we please get sorry to change the game here, but can we get the call-in number put on the screen? Because I've got a text from someone during the meeting, and instead of texting and trying to call me, if they would be interested in calling the public hearing, that's why we're here. Is that possible? Great, thank you. Kim?
Just one moment. Okay, we have Becky McPhee. Can you please introduce yourself and you can say your comments? Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to call in and just express my concerns on a few things. I appreciate the fact that you guys are trying to, just clean up the appearance of different properties in the county. And I think that, from the response from lots of the residents, I think that maybe a different approach might be better, like giving incentives possibly to beautification of properties and like decluttering and that kind of approach might be a better approach, less frustrating for people who are like in a position where it's not their full-time property, or they don't have the money or whatever. I feel like those laws would cause people who are already struggling to make a go of their life to basically just really just managing time and work and everything like that, to be able to comply and end up getting fined, and yeah, just want to get out of the county. So yeah, another concern that I had was the animal restrictions for small acreages. I know for me, I actually have more land, so it's not a personal hit for me, but I can see the concern for other people who I know who have smaller acreages, and to have an investment in animals, like for instance, raising dogs or chickens. Like I've bought a few different odds and ends animals, and I really value the lines that the smaller time people can offer to me, because of the time and the energy that they can put into a smaller amount of animals. Like when it comes to like a big operation, like a huge chicken farm or whatever, like so I think that for you guys to with that and not allow that would be damaging to genetics in Canadian animals, and then also just what would it be? I guess I'm not too sure what the word would be, but it's basically like if you buy a horse from someone who you know, like say 50 head, the amount of contact and the way that they're raised is just going to be different, because then someone who has like one or two, they just can put that much more one-on-one time with them, and the quality is there. So yeah, to limit that to someone who doesn't have more than 7 acres just isn't fair for them to not one remaining sell for what they have. So yeah,
Thank you, Becky. It got a little choppy there. Let's go on to the next caller. Hopefully the choppiness will improve. Like I said, if we're having technical difficulties, we do have the option of recessing this public hearing and rescheduling at a later date, but I would like to try to continue. We've got people on the line, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. They're really muffled.
Is that just Becky you can't hear us, or is that everyone online who can't hear us? Okay. Well, let's go on to the next caller, and we will, hopefully the choppiness disappears with the next caller.
Okay, Bonnie Peters, you can introduce yourself and say your comments.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Peters here. I have a few concerns about just some of the stuff I've heard. I've heard my main concern is about the livestock. I'm on a smaller acreage. I have a horse training facility that I have been running out here now for 16 years, I think. We pay huge taxes because we have the arena as well, and I this particular time expecting us to paint sea cans at an extra cost, not allowing us to sell things from our own home. That's basically my main concern right there, is that it just seems a little unorthodox at this time particularly, and it's my land. It doesn't matter if it's 4 acres or 4 sections. I pay it, and I pay my taxes to you people every year, and they're very high. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Question.
Councillor Duncan.
Bonnie, are you still there, please? Jim Duncan here. Are you zoned CRA with your horse trading facility, or are you zoned intensive ag?
I think it's CRA.
And what is the size of your horse trading facility?
4 acres.
Sorry, the arena.
Oh, my arena is 144 by 100 or by 72.
And that's covered arena?
Yeah. That includes the barn on it.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make a small comment on that. I'm not entirely sure, but I recognize the name, and she may actually have a permit for her business.
Okay.
Do you have a permit for your business, Fani?
I'm not sure.
I'd have to check, but the name sounds familiar, so.
For my arena.
Okay.
Okay. Bonnie, thank you very much for phoning in. And I just got a message that the volume is down a little bit on the YouTube channel. So if we could tweak the volume so people can hear, all the viewers. Right now, there's 61 people watching. We got to make sure they can hear. I like to keep you on your toes, Brad. So the next caller, Kim, is?
So we have Carmen and Mike Coe. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I was a crazy lady standing outside with the pitchfork this morning. Our biggest concern is that this is 20 years old. It definitely needs review. I think with most of the public, it is just being unaware of what you guys are trying to do and obtain. And I've had friends text me knowing that I'm live streaming with you guys, saying that they can't get through to the phone and they can't hear on YouTube. And even the start of this meeting was inaudible for us. I think that you guys need to do a rereading at a later date when people can communicate with you, when you guys can educate the public as to what your plans are. I think it's a big misunderstanding, at least it was for me. Thank you for the chats this morning. I think people just don't understand what you're trying to put through. And with acreage owners and sea cans and all of those things, people need to be able to have a say, and nobody can have a say if they can't join a meeting, they can't listen to a meeting, they can't get it on YouTube because they don't get fast enough internet at home. All of those things are affecting people's choices and just rights. I think you guys need to hold off till we can all hear, we can all say, and we can all discuss this and all be educated on what the true plans are. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carmen.
Okay, now we have Cyndall Johnston. You can go ahead and make your speech.
Hello, I'm Cyndall Johnston, and I am kind of a Clearwater County resident. I live in the village of Caroline, so I'm not directly impacted by any of the decisions. However, I have been in the Clearwater County for 30 years. I dream of owning a acreage one day, and I buy from local people. I love to buy fresh farm eggs, and I'm not in favor of the restrictions for livestock. It also worries me with the current state of our economy. Taxpayers, if they're laid off at home, should be able to take on some secondary source of income. And I think, honestly, if we keep seeing, meat plants shut down and the repercussions of that, landowners should actually be incentivized to feed our community. I also want to mention that the sound quality on this call has been really, really horrendous. There's been a lot of feedback, a lot of cutting in and out, and it's been really hard to hear. Plus, I'm at home with 2 kids. I can't send to childcare, so I've been really hit or miss in receiving information, and I'm with everybody else that we need to put this on the table until a proper public hearing can be held. I'm with everybody else on the CCAN thing and the cost of painting, as well as, elderly people who can't do it themselves, and the cost of that, plus so many people out of work. It doesn't make sense to require people to come up with that money. And the holiday trailer thing is also a huge issue for me. I own a holiday trailer. Right now we're lucky and it's parked beside our house in the village. I do have family in the county and we could easily park it on their lot. One thing that comes to mind is, where am I supposed to store it if I can't park it in the village anymore? How many people are going to need to sell their holiday trailers because they have nowhere to store it? There's not a storage unit near Caroline. And, people have these things mortgaged. And if we flood the markets with people having to sell them, it's just crazy. And who's going to buy a holiday trailer in the economy today? So those are my concerns, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sybil. So council, that's I'm going to say 2 complaints about the sound quality, but I would like to just go on. Hopefully those are isolated cases and we can still get to the rest of our residents on the phone line. So Kim, next caller, please.
We have Greg Summers, you can go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for taking your time to listen to me. The sound quality is horrible. It sounds like just about everybody in the room is underwater. Sometimes I can't even hear what's being said. Watching YouTube is definitely better, but the sound isn't following either very well from where I'm watching. I am against the bylaw. I'm against it very, passionately against it. There's so many things against that in that bylaw that infringes on our food, infringes on our rural roots, on our growth and development of potentially new agricultural generations to come. It's just, I don't think it's conducive to a agricultural community. I don't think it's conducive to youth in the agricultural community to be able to have opportunity to grow, to be able to start planting the agricultural seed, farming seed. It's just these people can't afford a $600,000 quarter section of land to start farming. They can afford acreage and start going from there. Let their kids have a few chickens and rabbits and ducks and geese and a pig or a calf or a cow or a couple sheep, and continue to grow from there. And hopefully, if that is something that they want to do, then get together a little bit later once that's paid for as a start investment, continue to grow. There's so many things that a 20-year-old bylaw like this that has never been enforced is pressuring against what most of us long-term county ratepayers, residents, stand for. I myself am a second-generation farmer in Clearwater County, fifth-generation Alberta farmer. I mean, it goes a long time for the way we've been raised and brought up, and what this bylaw is suggesting that we can't do moving forward. There's a lot of things about it that are, I believe, unnecessary. All these permit applications that one would have to go through as an acreage to be able to continue going the direction we are now, it would tie up tons of county employee time, waste a lot of resources, waste a lot of time, waste a lot of money that could possibly be spent other directions in a more positive and suitable area. So I think it should be tabled. I think there are some points on there that are necessary. I think there are some points or some bylaws in there that probably are there for a reason and could be amended and changed to more of a suitable nature, but it definitely needs a lot more public input. It needs to be tabled until everybody can kind of, I guess, work on it and assist on what works better for not a 20-year ago council, not a today council, but all three councils and a future council together, all three councils together. If this bylaw must continue to go through, it needs to be where it will work for everybody in the future and in the present. There's a lot of talk in my neighborhood about people that aren't pleased with it. A lot of them didn't even know it existed. Some of them are fresh to the country or to the county. Recent people or people that recently purchased and moved in. But some of these bylaws that are being changed now go against some of the improvements that were just passed by the MPC, Municipal Planning Committee. So there's a lot of, I guess, confusion even in house from some of the people that I've spoken to, and I won't mention who, but some of the people I've spoken to that are in direct work with the county and stuff, and they're not even clear on it. So
1 minute remaining.
I think it's something that needs to be definitely gone through a little bit more. I'm against it. If it has to be researched that much, it shouldn't even be in place. And the amount of feedback I've heard from it is all negative. So I thank you for my time, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. So that was the third complaint about the sound quality for people on the phone call. I believe that everyone here in the council chamber is hearing the residents who are speaking loud and clear. It is just the few people on the phone who aren't able to hear their fellow residents, and perhaps the discussion that we're having now, because of, it sounds like it's very echoey and bad for those people on the line. So we have a decision to make. I just got a text saying that in the beginning it was very hard to hear, but now the sound quality is great for people watching on YouTube. But we do have some residents who are not able to hear this conversation because of a technical issue. So we have a choice. We can continue knowing that people are able to listen through YouTube, or we can recess and reschedule this to a later date. So I think we're about 95% of the way to where we need to be, but it's still a 5% issue, and people are being excluded. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Kim, could you let us, is there still a quite amount of speakers in line?
There's probably still like 10 or 15 people.
Right. I would be in favor of tabling.
Okay, of recessing. Okay, any further comments from the other members of council? Our number one concern with the public hearing is to listen to our residents, and we have some residents feeling excluded and not able to participate. I think we should recess the meeting. Is there any opposition to that? So I will recess this public hearing at 9:49 a.m. and we will have administration rescheduled at a later day. I know the province is coming out with an announcement on the 14th about hopefully opening up. Maybe they will ease the restrictions on the mass gatherings. So for everyone who was on the line who did not have the opportunity to speak today, thank you for your patience. Your opinion is very important to every single member of council and the planning department, and we will make sure that in the future you will have the opportunity to voice your opinion and tell us how you feel about this bylaw. Thank you. So we will take a 5-minute recess, and then we will get back to the meeting with item 5.1. It is 10:01 a.m. I would like to call the regular council meeting back to order. We are on item 5.1, consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1083/20, Clearwater County Land Use. Because we have recessed the public hearing, we will not have the vote on second or third reading today, but I would like for us to have, to hear what planning has to say, and then council, I would like us to take the messages that we have heard from our residents and bring those forward to the planning department so they can work on improving the land use bylaw before we table it at the end of this agenda item. Kim, Jose? I don't know who's speaking first.
I'll start. So with the intent of these changes, we were just trying to add some clarity, and obviously, once we got it out there were some things that came up, and we've seen, and we're well aware that some of these things have been in place since 1987, and so maybe things have changed. So the idea of, like on a CRA parcel, the exclusive use and enjoyment was never meant for the sale, but now a lot of people do some of that stuff, so maybe those changes do need to be made. We were just trying to clarify things in the bylaw for now. I mean, we're working on the MDP right now. We're trying to do up-based stuff to make those changes, and then we had intended to do a full review of the land use bylaw after, where a lot of these changes could be made. And so we weren't proposing big changes at this time. We were just trying to make the existing bylaw more workable for us until we were able to make those changes. But I mean, if council wished, we could just not do anything now and just wait till we do that full review, but that could be a couple years from now because we have to do the MDP first. So it just depends on what you guys, are interested in doing, or if you want to make changes based on, on what we've proposed, and, have like the no sales part removed and just leave it, or remove the C-cans but adjust other things. I'm not sure where to go from here based on those concerns, but we are well aware that there's a lot of things in the bylaw that are old and a full rewrite is needed.
And if I could add to that, if you decide to kill the bylaw and not proceed with it until the MDP is reviewed, then you're going to leave us with no enforcement capabilities for a couple of years at least. And that's a challenge for us.
Okay.
When we receive complaints, then we cannot act on those complaints.
Okay. So any questions or comments from council on either the public hearing we had this morning or questions directed towards planning and administration on the land use bylaw and the changes that were proposed? Somebody needs to go first. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Thank you. Most of this is, a lot of our residents have given us great feedback, and I appreciate that. I guess the one thing I would just, and you kind of touched on it, Kim, was the clarity around definitions of what a CRA is and a CR is, those particular acreages, and even maybe given an example that might help. That's been, I think, that level of confusion. And the other issue for me, or the other clarity, I guess, going forward, and I did bring it back in the February, and I realize we will go through this on the MDP review, and that is creating an aggregate land use of some sort. So I did mention it back in February. I still would like to talk about that at some point during our review with the MDP. So, but with that, I will say that with all the feedback that I have been getting since last Wednesday, yes, we can proceed with some changes, but at the same time, the public hearing is important to let people speak, I guess, first, and then we can allow for our comments afterwards. So that's where I am on that.
Other comments from council? Councillor Duncan.
like, I think there are some of the things here we can go ahead, like, there's the grammatical changes, et cetera, that clean it up, that I wouldn't have a problem going forward with those at this point. Things that if we're introducing something that's really new, and CCANs would be one, that's probably something that's more geared towards a full land use bylaw review as opposed to minor tweaking before we do the MDP. Having said that, though, Jose is right, there is no ability right now for CCANs, for example, to enforce. I think right now, if I interpret it correctly, and maybe I need some clarification here, is that CCANs are not allowed, at least on, I'm not sure if they're not allowed on CRA or not allowed on anything, because we don't have anything about CCANs in the land use bylaw. Could we get a little, is there some clarification there?
Right now, we're using the term ancillary buildings, and as such, they have to be updated. They're going to have to be, to meet fire code, and they have to be like considered as a building. That's the only way we're dealing with it right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if they're treated as an ancillary building, is there a limit as to how many ancillary buildings someone can have on their property?
No, there's nothing that specifically says the number of ancillary buildings in most of the districts. It just has ancillary building listed as a use.
But they have to be like upgraded and painted and make it look like a permanent building.
Okay. So currently, the way it's being enforced is a CCAN, you're allowed as many CCANs as you want, but they're treated not as a CCAN, but as an individual separate building that has, does it have to be put up to some kind of a code, painted? Okay.
I
Councillor
guess,
Wahid.
for clarification, is there a definition of acceptable, or what's acceptable to the development officer as far as those ancillary buildings? Is that a broader definition, or is that somewhat arbitrary at this moment?
And then again, that is the challenge. It's up to the development officer to determine that. We don't have any parameters to make them comply.
Councillor Lang.
I just want to pass on a comment that I had from one of my constituents is regard with painting the sea cans. He said he knows of someone that, like, I think the way the bylaws to read that the sea cans are to be painted to match the other dwellings on the property. He knows of a place where the buildings are about every color of the rainbow, and I think I know where he's talking about. So he's thinking these sea cans could be painted 3 more colors, and you know, I think painting the sea cans like that to match the building, well, which building do you pick? To make, you know, it seems kind of silly to me. So I think we have to take a look at that carefully. And I think if there's, you know, screened behind another building or within trees or covered, you know, just to be made, you know, neat, I don't think we have to get picky with the color or the paint or anything like that.
Yes.
If I may, we could do something specifically, and in some cases, there's been issues where people want to put them like in a multi-lot subdivision, and then the neighbors have this house and they hate that the neighbor has a CCAN that they're looking at this ugly orange. So there could be restrictions about what you expect in a multi-lot versus just one-off parcels too, or like that they have to be screened in a certain way versus being painted, so behind some trees or in the back part of their property. So there are a variety of ways that we could try to deal that versus having them painted, or like I said, you could be specific about where you're wanting more screening if it's in a certain area. I just wanted to read out the definition of ancillary building for you. So means a building that is separate from and subordinate to the main building on the same parcel of land and used for purposes customarily incidental or subordinate to the use and enjoyment of the main building, or to the use and enjoyment of the parcel of land on which said buildings are situated, and with regard to the residential use may include a private garage, a storage shed, and greenhouse, but does not include a guest house. So basically, it implies like a storage type, facility, I guess, so it could fit under that. It doesn't say anything specifically about how it has to be finished. We don't generally deal with much of that with ancillary buildings. Like if they're proposing to put up a garage or a shed or whatever, be like, okay, like they let us know what it looks like, but we don't have generally a lot of restrictions or anything to say that specifically that, okay, not, you know, if you paint your shed a different color than your house, that's not allowed. We've never said that, but, yeah, so that's that definition.
Thank you. Councillor Lang, another question?
Another comment that came to me was that it seems that we're kind of picking on sea cans as being the only thing that could look trashy, when in fact, as you drive around the county, you can see a lot of yards where the fences are falling down or the buildings are weathered and not freshly painted. And, you know, a lot of horse facilities, the horses will chomp on the wood. And, you know, so, you know, there's many things that might be considered unsightly. And sea cans, they certainly have a benefit. So I just hate sort of picking on one item, and there could be many things that could be considered unsightly. So I think it's kind of an area that is maybe too much focus on, I guess would be the best way to put it.
So what would you like the planning department to do in regards to the land use bylaw and CCANs?
First of all, I think 3 is a silly number.
So what number?
Well, I think if a person wants to cover them with rafters in a shed, you probably need 4.
Yeah.
But maybe people want 2 sheds, so maybe that would be 8. And I think as long as they're made to look decent or hidden, who really cares?
And I think it does depend on the amount of land you have. Someone with 3 acres and 8 CCANs is totally different from someone who has 2,000 acres and 8 CCANs. So I think, like planning had suggested, maybe there's different CCAN rules for different designations.
Perhaps.
Any discussion on that? Because we have to give planning direction on how to go forward with the CCAN issue. Yes. You're going to have to grab a mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Reeve Hoven, members of council.
Excuse me, who are you?
For those listening in, my name is Keith McRae.
Thank you.
Director of Planning and Development for the county. I just had a couple of comments, council, in regard to moving forward with this. And we certainly, as administration, look forward to direction from council. But as the public hearing has been postponed, I would recommend that until such time that council's had opportunity to hear from everybody in a public hearing process, I would hold on to your thoughts as to direction. We certainly have ideas now, having heard you know, the comments that we've heard thus far, but we've not had an opportunity to hear from everybody. So I can assure council that we'll be thinking about ways that we can address some of the concerns that have been raised. And once there is a public hearing held, after that and prior to council's consideration of second and third reading, we would certainly, you know, be happy for direction from council as to how we wish to proceed. One other thing I want to mention, and it's already been brought up, is council is currently in the process of reviewing their municipal development plan. That is underway. The lack of ability to hold public meetings has slowed that process a little bit as well, but it is still continuing. Once that municipal development plan is reviewed and public participation received and a final document adopted, council's next step would be to go into a full land use bylaw review. The last time this document had a full review was 9 years ago. So the document is 9 years old. I know some people have mentioned that it was 20. 20 is when the original land use bylaw was adopted, but there was a full review 9 years ago. And there will be another full review here upcoming. Some of these items, after we hold the public hearing, council may decide that some of these items deserve full discussion during the full review of the land use bylaw, and council can then direct staff to hold off on some of the items. But anyway, as far as direction, Reeve Hoven, I think it would be appropriate if we hold off any recommendations from council to staff until after the public hearing has actually been held.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laird.
Thank you, Mr. McCrae, for advocating for the voices that weren't heard yet today. We need to hear them all. They're important. This document, effectively, in my mind, is not the council's document. While we may go ahead and approve it, it is our community's document for how we move forward in the future and the standard of practice that we want to see for the community. And we need that input to create the best possible document for our community. I'm grateful that we have recessed the hearing to allow for better public education and better public participation. This council has said we are the Economic Development Council, and this is the grassroots of economic development. So it's important that we get it right. I can certainly talk to some of the things that I have heard, but you're right, we need to hear from everybody. To hit the highlights, CCANs were certainly talked about. Understanding more clearly what the various land use districts are, which may include creating a table, a quick reference table of some sort, may be of benefit. There is nothing in here that speaks to wind turbines or solar facilities that I could easily find. I'm sure it's here somewhere, but I think that that's some of the future that we need to talk about. The maximum number of trailers, I'm glad that Councillor Duncan talked about that as well. It certainly has an effect on everybody. It's important that we have a voice. So as we create the land use bylaw, it needs to make sense. And it needs to be enforceable, and we need to ensure that the people continue to have a voice. That's really what this is about for me. The other point on some of this CCAN information, and I thank you for your information that it could be considered an ancillary building. Maybe it's as simple as looking at that and including that for all properties and land use districts. The way it stood before we went into this, there was no opportunity that I could see of approving a second and third reading. We've certainly started down a path, and I look forward to how we continue to move forward. It is my understanding, and I'm looking to staff to clarify, we have 2 years in a hearing process to get this right. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Councillor Laird, I can expand on that a little bit. The Municipal Government Act allows 2 years from the date first reading is given to a bylaw for second and third to be considered and granted.
So subsequent to that, I would recommend that we slow this down because we do have the time to get it right regardless. It is unfortunate that we've had the challenges of COVID on top of this important piece of documentation and regulation, I guess. The other final thing I did note is that there is no opportunity here for CCANs to become homes. And I'd like to make sure that we have that. And finally, most importantly, it's important as the Economic Council Economic Development Council, that we continue to advocate for the small startup businesses that may start on a rural location and that lifestyle that comes from artisans in our community and from our little agriculturalists that start in 4-H or before that, and how we manage that through production and sales on small-scale acreages. I think we've heard that. I can tell that staff has understood and heard it, and we have an opportunity to get a good document that speaks well for the future of our community. Thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Certainly, I echo many of the comments made by Councillor Laird. And during the last number of days and here this morning, we've heard many concerns voiced, particularly related to the CRA property use and the CCANs. Those are kind of dominant themes. But underlying those themes was certainly the concern over the local, provincial, national, and world economy. And I think that is truly critical consideration. We've heard that administration is somewhat worried about the enforcement over the next period of time in some of these areas. But I'm thinking that really we should not be that concerned about enforcement at this point in time. Whether it's the enforcement of the CCANs, which is really, we don't have much of a definition of what should be the standard there, or whether it's the concern over sales from production off of a CRA or small acreage. Certainly these small acreage enterprises offer the opportunity for innovation and evolution into something bigger, and I think we should be encouraging that. We in fact need that, since many of our stalwart or traditional big businesses are going to be smaller in size. We need the startup opportunity. So I would, in summary, advocate for really not worrying about this land use bylaw at this point in time. We are embarking upon the total review of the MDP, and I think we have the opportunity to complete that MDP, get the input from all of our citizens, make sure that we are not restricting the startup businesses in our community, because we do need them, and we are, as a council, focused upon economic development, as has been mentioned. So I think we can just step back from this and gather the input and then carry on. Thank you.
The one message I heard loud and clear from our residents is that how much their hopes and dreams for the future are tied to their land. And it's quite, I find that very inspirational. We have a lot of passionate people in this county who love their land. They love the Crown land. They love living here. And I think as we move forward, we have to make sure that the MDP and the land use bylaw reflects that passion people have for what they can do on their land and the ability to define their own future. So in light of all that, is there someone who wishes to move to table this item so we can get back to the public hearing at a later date? Councillor Lang.
I'll make that motion.
Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 6, 1 opposed. 6 in favor, 1 opposed. So 6.1 has been moved to 1 p.m. We will start 7.1, Wild Rose School Division's request for funding commitment letter. Seven point one. We're ready? You have the floor.
Good morning. I'm Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture Services, Community Services. This morning we have brought council some information regarding the corridor schools, as well as some fundraising updates from the community group Friends of the Corridor Schools. Council's aware that that's the group that's been working with Wild Rose School Division to try to add additional functionality to the proposed corridor school plan, Leslieville and Condor. So we've included the two motions council's made regarding this project in the past. Recently, administration was informed that despite the COVID situation, the Friends of the Corridor Schools had raised $81,000 for enhancing these projects. With matching funding from the county, a total of $162,000 is available. As council is aware, the Friends of the Corridor School had completed a survey of the community and had established the gym, which would propose to be increased to support a regulation-sized basketball court, as well as an increase to support bleachers for the viewing public, upgraded commercial kitchen in the elementary school to support hot lunch program, and then upgraded shop or CTS lab in the Leslieville school. So those are the three project areas or four projects that Friends of the Corridor School had planned on funding with their fundraising and the county's matching commitment. It's my opinion they did well under the circumstances given. $81,000 is not a small amount of money, especially considering the situation that they had to deal with. They pretty much, from what I understand talking to them, they didn't really even scratch the surface of their fundraising plan because most of the things were not allowed under the pandemic public health order. So, I feel they still did well, but unfortunately they missed the mark, and essentially there's $200,000 still outstanding, and they have requested that council consider providing that funding above and beyond the existing $81,000 that you have committed and that they are matching with their fundraising. It is important to note that the Friends of the Corridor Schools group still plans on fundraising. They still have a very good plan that I'm aware of and helped work with them on. I believe they'll be successful in raising more funds as we move forward, but unfortunately we've timed out from the perspective of Wild Rose School Division and Alberta Infrastructure, and they now need to know so that they can design the project and move along into the process. And that's what we're here to help facilitate discussions for council today. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council? Councillor Lang.
So, Matt, I have a question. So, with the extra that they're requesting, is this to create the space and furnish it? Like, for example, one of the wants is an upgraded commercial kitchen. So, would the extra funding go to the space and the, the stove, ovens, countertops, all that, or just the space? Because where my head is going, perhaps council could put enough funds in to create the space, and as the COVID environment lifts, the group could further fundraise and then, design it and put the interior finishing in through their own fundraising efforts. It's just my thoughts, so.
So the number you see in front of you is just for essentially brick and mortar. It's just the structure. Phase 2 of their fundraising plan will include tuning up some of these areas that they've proposed increased functionality. So great point, Councillor Lang, as far as the commercial kitchen oven, the commercial kitchen hood fan. Those would all have to be additionally fundraised for phase 2 of their plan. Just like the bleachers that I mentioned, this is only space for the bleachers. Actual bleachers would have to be included now. Of course, we're not talking about things like basketballs and stuff like that. That's already provided in a school. Phase 3 of their fundraising plan will focus on outdoors. Now, when we will be getting into things like soccer pitches, potentially football fields. So those are the 3 phases of the Friends of the Corridor Schools fundraising plan. As I summarize it in my words, phase 1, which is the brick and mortar, is the only one that had a time frame, and we're at that time frame. Phase 2, if it takes an extra year or 2, as Councillor Lang has proposed, for them to then focus their efforts beyond brick and mortar to amenities and tooling, they will do that. And if it takes a couple of years, that's fine. But we won't get that time to add brick and mortar, of course, and so that's where we're at now. And of course, phase 3, that it might be 3 or 4 years before we have fundraising to maybe do some of the outdoor things. That's okay too. There's no timeline there as well. But certainly what happens inside of that building right now, for the design deadline, we need the answers so that the process can move forward with the tender.
Any other questions? Councillor Duncan.
Would this require any amendments to this year's budget, or it's none of this would actually, like the commitment would be there, but we don't have to find a way to fund it till 2021 budget?
Murray's assuming, nodding his head, so I'm assuming we have the funding in a reserve, because the funding would have to be forwarded on to Wild Rose School Division within this year, is our understanding. Rick? Sorry? It may not be.
Hinging on Wild Rose School Division's construction scheduling for tendering out, what the request from Wild Rose is about a backstop, a commitment. So they're looking for that fail-safe, regardless of funding. The community has done a fantastic job of raising, and their plan from conversations is for them to continue. But the school division requires the commitment so that can go forward into the architect and the design to tender out. So truly the request is within council's commitment already, but to backstop and guarantee this level.
Councillor Lang.
So I have another question for administration. This is probably for Murray. So if the county did backstop and provide this commitment, could the county sort of put this out as a loan to the Friends of the Corridor School with over time that they could pay this back?
Sorry, could you just last part?
So if the county did backstop this and make this commitment so that these additional asks could go forward, could the county request that this get paid back from the Friends of the Corridor Schools? So as over time, as they're able to fundraise, they would be able to pay this back, is my question. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? And if there are none, we should have a motion come forward. Oh, Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Well, I guess the first thing I want to say is I got to commend the Friends of the Condor, or Corridor Schools, because I think this is, like, again, quite an accomplishment in this environment. And I believe this council has made a commitment to those schools and with everything going forward. But it's funny because with this, COVID has also brought other opportunities for, I'll just say, for the distance ed and different things like that. But even the recent announcement of the University of Red Deer, I think, or their new name versus Red Deer College, of going to online schooling for the post-secondary. But I do believe that our schools, our corridor schools, are very important for those younger ages versus online schooling. So I see it more of going to the future, as Doug Griffiths from 13 Ways has said, you know, the future's changing, and more will be going to that distancing education. But going forward, I would support for support the additional dollars that the Friends of the Corridor Schools are asking for the extra $200,000. I think it's well worth it, and the time is now to build.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, while I appreciate that Councillor Lang is considering, you know, the fiscal responsibilities that we certainly have with regard to considering potentially a loan, recognizing that, you know, that is an option for us. We also have Phase 2 and Phase 3 that we need the Friends of the Corridor School to focus on. The furnishings and after that outdoor facilities, I believe, are going to eclipse this number. So I think they're going to need to focus forward on that. I agree with Councillor or Deputy Reeve Swanson. This is a very good accomplishment in this particular environment, and well done to that group. So that being said, I will make the recommendation that we provide the Wild Rose School Division with a letter of commitment from Clearwater County to provide additional funding up to a maximum of $200,000 for the project upgrades and to increase functionality within the new Lesaville High School and Condor Elementary School.
Further discussion on that motion? Councillor Vandermeer.
Just a clarification on that. We have kind of a long-standing maybe not an official policy, but it's a long-standing practice of when community groups come forward and have a very worthwhile project to undertake, that the county will match. And I think this is one of those. And I'm just wondering, are we going beyond matching and expecting that the $81,000 is the contribution equivalent to the $200,000 and then we go forward? Or are we expecting that the Friends of the Corridor Schools will continue to fundraise and bring the $81,000 up to whatever the 50% is of this expanded activity. Because that, to summarize, that to me is the standard that I believe we should apply across the county in all projects.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I guess for me, this is a one-off. This isn't a continual ask. I think this is just something that they need the assurance that they can, if this is a brick and mortar ask, then let the Friends of the Corridor Schools fundraise to provide for the finishings, enhancements, whatever they need. But I'm more looking at the fact that this is to the only opportunity for us to contribute to finish up the bricks and mortar of that parameter, much like Councillor Lang has alluded to at the beginning. So this is a one-off for me, so I'm willing to support the extra in this particular case.
For Councillor Lougheed.
I guess as we probably all know, a school is a cornerstone of any community. And if any example is taken from the past here, we know that these can be facilities that are enjoyed and support the community over 60 years or more. I think this is the time for a small investment in that community cornerstone, and I think it's a great way to enhance economic development and support those people that want to live and grow our region. And I think it would be a good investment at this time, and to provide that commitment at least to invest in this facility.
Any additional comments? Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I think all comments are valuable here and certainly correct. I'm hearing cornerstone and worthy and needed and for a future, and I agree with all of that. I also agree with Councillor Vandermeer about generally, historically, council has matched groups 50%. I think I do want to backstop this. Like, this is important to our community. However, I do not agree with putting in more than 50% of the fundraising efforts. It's going to open up a can of worms. There are many groups out there that believe they are more worthy than others, and it will create difficulty for this council in the future. So, and they'll use this as an example. And so I am more than willing to backstop this, but unfortunately, I will only go up to 50%. And so if they need 362,000 and we go half of that, or if it's 400,000, we go half, I'm fine. But for this council to contribute 75 or 80%, there's too many needs and asks and wants and worthy projects in this community for us to pick winners and losers. So I'm with Councillor Vandermeer on this.
Thank you. Councillor Vandermeer.
Just comment on the last two comments here. Certainly I agree with the comments of Councillor Lang, and Councillor Swanson made the point that this is a one-off. Well, the reality is every one of these is a one-off. Every one of them is a worthy community project, and that's why we would contemplate putting up to 50%. And if we were to go beyond that, we have no policy whatsoever. We would be opening the door to asks that we could not possibly afford over time. So I think as Councillor Lang has mentioned, we should be quite prepared to backstop, but we should expect that the volunteer organization would continue to do their fundraising and match as the initial, the original agreement was in place that we would match. That's what our offer was, and I think we should stick to it.
So, Councillor Vandermeer, a question for you so I can make sure I understand what you're saying, is you would be in favor of, at this time, putting in us backstopping the additional $200,000, but then the Friends of the Corridor School have to raise that additional $200,000 to balance that before we put in an additional dollar after that?
Well, no, they would only be, if it takes, I'm not even sure that the school board is counting the 81,000. It's not clear to me, maybe someone could clarify that. But if they are already counting the 81,000 and it takes another 200 total that is required to backstop this thing, that's 281. What I'm saying is that if the project is 281, then the Friends of the Corridor would raise 140.5 in total, up from 81 at this point in time. So it's about $60,000 in rough terms that they would bring forth to balance that account again.
Matt?
Just to clarify how the project costing is broken down there. So the total project cost is estimated at $362,000 for those 4 amenities that we talked about. The Friends of the Corridor had raised $81,000 of their own money. With council's already approved motions to match those, they are considering that $162,000. The total project cost, as I just mentioned, is $362,000. 162, which is the 81 of plus the county's matching, is 160. That leaves $200,000 outstanding. Under what I understand Councillor Vandermeer's perspective, they would have to fundraise $100,000 to get back onto the 50-50 cost share program, if that was kind of the way, if I was understanding that correctly. So I just wanted to clarify that. Total project cost $362,000. If council chose not to at this time provide the funding, the school, Friends of the Corridor, as far as I understand, would drop off the full-size basketball court, which would essentially limit the new high school from having significant sporting events such as provincial basketball or large tournaments. That would be my understanding of how the Friends of the Corridor would deal with shortfall in their pool of money to add. So that's what we have moving forward without support would be the 3 projects you see, less the full-size basketball court. If council would support this project, then the full-size basketball court would be able to go through. They do have enough money for the commercial kitchen, the bleachers, and the increased CTS lab without additional council support today. Did I kind of clarify that? And Murray also has an additional point to make.
Thank you. I concur with Mr. Markinson's analysis of the request. And further to that, the last paragraph of the agenda item, just want to bring council's attention to that. So the way I understand the proposal is that if council were to commit to the full 200,000, then that would allow the school division to go ahead with the plans for all of these amenities that are listed here. So the maximum exposure for Clearwater County then would be 200,000 if the Friends of the Corridor schools were unable to raise any more money at all. Council would be committed to the 200,000. If the Friends are able to raise 100,000, that would line right up with the previous 50% commitment. We would be committed to the 100,000. So I see the 200,000 as a maximum, and the last paragraph there tells me that the community organization is committed to continuing to raise funds that will reduce that exposure somewhere below 200,000. To what extent, we don't know yet.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess for me, I think we all recognize we're in exceptional circumstances at this moment. The entire world is in crisis. Alberta doubly is hit by economic recession or collapse of our oil and gas industry. And that's the very sponsorship that supports these endeavors with schools. I'm fully confident that our industry will recover and will be able to sponsor these kinds of things in the future. This county has built very strong reserves on the back of that oil and gas industry. I think we have at this time a responsibility to reinvest in our economic development here, and this is one of those ways we do that. We backstop something that's going to be a cornerstone structure for our communities into the future, and will support that economic development and support our communities at the same time. So I have no problem whatsoever with backstopping the request of $200,000 for the bricks and mortar engineering structural design that has to go forward at this point in time, and continue to support the endeavors of the community to raise funds to add functionality to these buildings into the future.
Councillor Laird.
From what Councillor Vandermeer and Councillor Lang have presented, I see this as two separate motions at this point. I sense that we have a willingness, at least generally in the room, to support backstopping this. What appears to be the challenge is the second part of, do we want to have some sort of funding come back through this cost 50-50 thing? So my first motion, I think, certainly could be addressed. Perhaps Councillor Vandermeer or Councillor Lang could consider how they would like to craft, make, draft a second motion on how you want to see the funds being brought back so that we stay at the 50-50. That's another option, but just to keep this clean at this point, I sense that there isn't an issue with backstopping the $200,000. I sense the issue for this council is, what do we do after that on this 50-50 thing? So just something for consideration to my fellow councillors.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, just to, bring back some of the earlier comments that the fundraising effort was really cut short, and I think the comment was it barely got going, and they're able to raise the $81,000. So I personally was very both impressed and encouraged that, given the capabilities of these people who are very capable in the community, that they would be successful in raising to the 50% level. And I hearken back to the experience we had down at Caroline with the church that was moved there from the Hollows Church there near Dovercourt, moved over to the museum site. And that group certainly started feeling rather insecure as to whether or not they could get what was needed, and they had a sizable ask as to the overall portion of the project that they asked of the county. And they wound up overachieving, shall I say, in getting far more than 50% of what they needed to do that project. So I think we have to have faith in our community groups. I certainly understand it is a difficult economic environment that we're in, but we're all in that. And all of the projects that we will see come forward here over the next couple of years or more will be in that same environment. So I certainly endorse Councillor Laird's suggestion that we can, I think, quite readily make the commitment to backstop this, but then fashion the second part of this to indicate that we do expect continued fundraising such that the community will come up with the additional funds to bring this back to a 50-50. We would hope that, and rely on our community leaders to do their best in getting this up to the 50%.
Could you read the motion that we are on? It's a staff recommendation? Okay. Okay, so what I've heard from this council is, it sounds like people are in favor of that motion, provided we have a second motion after that effectively says the council will not commit any more funds until the Friends of the Corridor have raised the $200,000 to match the county funds. Is that the consensus? No, okay. So what are we saying then?
We're saying, we're acknowledging the scope of the project being $362,000.
Okay.
And that the county will put up more than its 50% share.
Okay.
And so that the project gets started. But we do expect that the community group will provide $181,000 at the end of this project.
Okay.
So we're looking to them to come up with an extra $100,000.
Okay. Okay. Does everyone understand the future motion we'll be making before we call the vote on the first motion? No, Tracy does not. Good. This is why we ask clarifying questions. So we have a motion to support that. We can't have a second motion on the table, correct? So we'll need to approve this first one and then have a motion for the second one and hammer out the details there.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on the second motion. Like, is council motioning to direct the Friends of the Corridor School to match funds?
My understanding from what I'm hearing is council will backstop that additional $200,000 as per the current motion, and then there will be no additional funding from this council until the Friends of the Corridor have raised enough funds to get back us up to a 50-50 split. Is that understandable? Because, no, I see a lot of glazed eyes in the room.
Because there is in the motion a maximum of $200,000. Like the commitment is for a maximum of $200,000. Should the Friends of the Corridor, should there be a shortfall in
Okay.
fundraising efforts, even if they can continue to fundraise from now till whenever, should there be a shortfall, will council support, will they commit to making up that shortfall up to a maximum of $200,000?
Okay.
So I'm not quite clear on the second question.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from administration then is that the maximum 200,000 covers, that's the end of the funding.
Yes. Yes. There's no additional funding
Okay.
past $200,000.
Okay.
And it could be less should Friends of the Corridor
Come up to that.
come up with, $100,000. Should they raise another $100,000, then the county would only match $100,000. Should they only raise $50,000 more, then the county would have to pay $100,000.
Okay. I guess I was thinking will there be a future ask to cover costs of the commercial kitchen, to cover the cost of the bleacher? That was my reasoning for the second motion, and I was trying to say there won't be any other funds till we're back at that 50-50 match. But maybe that's jumping ahead. Councillor Lougheed.
As I see this item, and I know we've been discussing Friends of the Corridor quite a bit, this is a request from Wildrose School Division for a backstop on doing their engineering and design work with the school, not forcing a community-driven organization into a commitment to raise another $100 and whatever $1,000 for this to be. We're asking, this is an ask from Wild Rose School Division, and we're making a commitment to a group that's working with Wild Rose School Division, but independent of Wild Rose School Division. So I don't think we can force a volunteer a fundraising organization to commit to an ask from Wild Rose School Division. I think this county either decides we can backstop a community cornerstone type facility or we cannot, one or the other. I think that's the decision that's being asked here, not can we force a community to jump up and volunteer and donate. I don't think we can force anybody to donate to a cause, but we can show example of how important this facility is to our community.
Okay, so there's no need for a second motion. We have the one motion to support Wild Rose School Division, and that would be the only motion that this council needs to vote on today. Councillor Vandermeer.
We have a long-standing practice of when communities come forth with very worthwhile projects, and we agree that they are very worthwhile, we are willing to match their fundraising. I think there's been another instance where we weren't sure, and it related to the hub building in Caroline, where there was community fundraising, and again we had to commit to design or start the construction. But the community was of the clear understanding that the county was providing the backstop or the assurance that the project could go ahead, on clear understanding that the community would continue to work on their portion. Now, of course, there's a possibility that even after due diligence on the part of the community, they come up a little bit short. But I don't think we should say, look, we'll cover whatever the downside is, which would make it a rather high percentage, with no understanding that the community would continue to work on this. So, no, we're not going to force them to do this, but they've committed to do it. So we respect their commitment that they will continue to work and fundraise to get their 50% portion, that's all.
Councillor Lougheed.
Might like to make the comment that I'm absolutely confident our community will step forward. It is that we're dealing with exceptional circumstances at this time, that all of those traditional ways to fundraise money that have been so effective in the past, and asking our industry partners in many of these things to sponsor development within our communities is tough at this time. This is probably, I have lived nearly 60 years and I have never run across an economic or social environment as we are right now. So I think if we're concerned about opening a can of worms, this is certainly as close as we'd ever be to a one-off. We are going to have a period of recovery over the next number of years, and I think it's important for us to start that recovery. We do have resources to be able to backstop developments within our community, and I think it's a time for an investment in the economic development and the fabric of our communities at this time.
Councillor Laird.
Respectfully, Mr. Reeve, I believe that we're getting in the weeds. This simply is asking us from Wild Rose School Division for a letter that says that we're going to backstop this thing. I have every confidence in our community to come up with their 50% of this. They have not stopped. They have plans forward. Our original motions in February of 2019, on the February 26th and April 9th of 2019, we already made that motion to match community funds. It's there, it's done. This is simply a letter of commitment to the Wild Rose School Division to ensure that a very important pair of projects get done in our community in a very tough economic environment. We don't need to figure it out. We have the Friends of the Corridor School working tirelessly to get their 50%. I think we need to just grease the wheels, unlock the door, and open the gate.
Seeing no further, Councillor Lang.
I guess just clarification. Thank you, Councillor Liard, for kind of putting it that way. Because with that motion back on February 26, 2019, with that motion, it says that the community funds raised to enhance Wild Road, or the council matches the funds. So it sounds to me that even if we backstop this with that previous motion, that 50% will have to be paid back. So I guess that kind of gets rid of all the debate here. If my understanding is that way.
Sure.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Now I wish, maybe this is for our CEO, Rick Evans. Do we have a current JUPA with agreement with the schools? Or Rick, or Matt?
Sorry, Kurt, what?
JUPA, joint use agreement with the Wild Rose School Division?
We do have joint use agreements with Wild Rose School Division for all the facilities. This facility isn't built yet, so there is no joint use facility. There is joint use facility agreements for the current 3 buildings that make up the corridor schools now. We are planning on having a joint use agreement for the 2 new facilities that will make up the corridor schools. If I could back up one question though, that motion is not binding on the community group. So if they are unable to complete their fundraising, this is not a legal contract between the county and them suggesting that if we provide them additional funding up front, they have to. So just to clarify, if council wished to backstop this up to $200,000, I think we all can agree that they really are excited on trying to get out there and fundraise when they can. For whatever reason, if they do not get $100,000 to match the additional $200,000 we're providing, 50, 50, 100, if they say got 80, that 20 would be essentially eaten by the county because, again, they are a group of community volunteers. They are not a company or even a long-standing community society. So this resolution proposed by administration would be to encourage them to fundraise. I believe that they will be successful and they could obtain that. But if they would not, the county would be covering that portion. I believe Murray's got a point to make as well.
Just to add to that, maybe this wants some clarification as well. I agree, Matt, with your suggestion, and perhaps what would be appropriate is following this meeting today, administration could send a letter to the Friends of the Corridor Schools confirming the commitment up to $200,000 and encouraging them to continue with their fundraising. And I think that deals with the expectation that council would like to see them reach that 50% mark, but has committed to backstopping in the event that they're unable to do that.
Councillor Laird. Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the question, or let's read the motion. That council provides Wild Rose School Division with a letter of commitment for Clearwater County to provide additional funding up to a maximum of $200,000 for project upgrades to increase functionality within the new Leslieville High School and Condor Elementary School. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We will take a short 5-minute break and be back here at 11:18. It's 11:18 a.m. and we will be starting item 8.1, Bylaw 1094/80, Municipal Emergency Management Bylaw.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. My name is Christine Haggard. I'm the Director of Emergency and Legislative Services for Clearwater County. The item before council is something that we have had a bit of a dialogue previous with regards to the new local authorities emergency management regulation. But to provide background on the existing municipal emergency management bylaw 1011-16, which is attached to the agenda item. This included the establishment of an emergency management committee and agency in accordance with the provincial legislation of the day. Since that time, the Alberta Emergency Management Act has been amended. They amended it in whole in 2018, and then there were some subsequent amendments this year due to pandemic and extension of states of local emergency. And as council is aware, I mentioned the local authorities emergency management regulation became effective January 1st, 2020. That prescribes requirements for municipal emergency management committee and agency bylaws, emergency plan requirements, how we need to review our emergency management plans, and mandatory exercises and training requirements for both elected officials and directors of emergency management, and then how delegation of authority works between municipalities. So taking the existing 1011-16 bylaw, administration went through the process of a review to clean up the bylaw to cover the what I believe to be the intended purpose, which is to form our Clearwater County Municipal Emergency Management Committee and Agency as prescribed in the Act and the Lemur. Now that being said, there's a few options for council's consideration as they take a review of the draft bylaw. And I can go through the draft bylaw first, or we can talk about the options. I'll leave that up to council's discretion to jump in if need be. So we could develop this Clearwater County Emergency Management Bylaw to cover our duties to have a committee and an agency and prescribe all of the different things that we do as an organization related to emergency management. Or we could have an emergency management bylaw that does all those things, plus includes our regional partnership commitment and having a regional committee and agency as well. So the current bylaw doesn't distinguish between the two. It kind of blended the two committees and the two agencies as one.
The 1016 bylaw.
1011-16.
Oh, 1011-16,
yes.
Sorry.
So it blended the two. So essentially, it was making one regional committee, one regional agency, but the legislation actually prescribes that each municipality has to have their own committee and agency, which is how we appoint as part of our organizational meeting anyway. We just don't have a bylaw that's reflective of that. So I guess I would leave that question to council, whether we want the Clearwater County Emergency Management Bylaw and then a subsequent second bylaw, which I had planned to bring forward, which would address the regionalization of committee and agency and our regional partnerships. Or we could bring back a second draft of this same bylaw, adding those in to just make it one bylaw. So that's up to council's discretion. And if I may, I'll go through the new bylaw 1094-20 and just a note where we've changed from the 1011-16.
Well, let's go through the bylaw and
Okay.
then we'll answer your questions after that.
Sounds good. So the whereas clauses are mostly the same. Removed the reference to the regional, as this was intended to be a county-only bylaw. Definitions, mostly the same as well. Where the changes come are on the following section under Emergency Advisory Committee and Agency. I guess they're in a different order as well. So again, like I said, the local authorities emergency management regulation prescribes that each municipality, so Clearwater County is required to have an emergency management agency as well as an emergency management advisory committee of elected officials. The committee makeup for councillors is at the discretion of the municipality. In the current case, we have 3 appointed members, which is the Reeve Deputy Reeve and Councillor Laird, on the Clearwater County Emergency Management Committee, which we appoint at organizational meeting, but we don't have a bylaw reflective of that committee on its own. And in terms of the agency, it's mostly the same, with the exception that the stakeholders outside of Clearwater County participate in exercises and interagency communications and sharing, as opposed to being at the table for all of the emergency management planning and exercise creation. So that's the difference in the agency. As well, I mentioned the committee, which is on page 3, and I'm not sure what page it is. My apologies. It would be page 264 of 385 in the council agenda package. So where we have the Emergency Advisory Committee for Clearwater County, again, this would be our municipality's committee. I started off with the assumption that we could make this a committee of the whole, which would be all of council. But certainly if council wishes and are comfortable with keeping all the 3 members only, we could amend the bylaw to reflect that. So that's a question that I have for council. As we go through, the powers and duty of council remain unchanged, and those are again prescribed in the legislation. State of local emergency has been updated to align with the new lemur and the Emergency Management Act changes. Just provides an additional clarity in terms of what a state of local emergency is and how we terminate those states of local emergency. And that, in a nutshell, are the major changes to the bylaw itself. So again, my questions that I have for council would be related to Clearwater County's Emergency Management Committee. Do we want to stay with 3 or have that as a committee of the whole? And different municipalities do different things. So it's completely up to this council and what their comfort level is. And then the second question would be, would council be comfortable with this draft bylaw and then direct administration to come back with a secondary bylaw for regional committee and agency? Or would you like to direct administration to come back with a revised bylaw that includes both? Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. So any questions for administration? Councillor Duncan.
Christine, I believe that the way it's worded now is that it's a it's a committee of the whole of council, but that quorum is actually just those that are present, which I think leads to the process if it's an emergency and not everybody can make it in, or even half, that whoever's here can make the decision to declare a state of local emergency. Is that correct?
Correct. And that was the intent of putting it in as an option for council to consider, is that it might make it easier in an emergency where there might be impacts on some members of council. It doesn't limit us to only the 3 that are appointed. It would be whoever's able and available to show up on, again, usually it's on short notice as well.
So I would agree with that I think that's the correct route to go on this.
Do we, in section 3.7, those members of council attending an emergency meeting constitute a quorum? So technically, if only 1 person could attend, is that quorum? Or do we need to make sure there's at least 2 members? Because 1 person could call in electronically. So it's not just 1 person doing that.
And that might be, if council wishes it to be guaranteed 2, then we could make that more clear in the bylaw. So that I would recommend that we would add those words in to make sure. In this case, I would be comfortable with that amendment. Absolutely.
Everyone good with 2?
Yes.
Because worst case scenario, we should be able to get one person present and 1 person on the phone. Any other questions about the legislation for Christine before we answer the bigger question about 1 bylaw or 2? So the question is 1 bylaw or 2 bylaws? I'd almost prefer 2 bylaws. It's a little more work, but it's more clear, and each bylaw has 1 purpose then. What are other people feeling? Councillor Duncan.
I think I would probably agree with that. Either way, it's amendable, but if the regional, our regional circumstances have been changing and can change or more apt to change than the circumstances within this council, like for us to move to 5 instead of 7 councillors or something like that. But given our negotiations and changes in regional fire, regional waste, et cetera, especially regional fire, I think 2 gives us the opportunity, if there's changes regionally, that we can amend that part of it easier and quicker than amending the whole bylaw.
Other comments on that? 2, so consensus is 2? Okay, so you'll have to come back with 2 bylaws. Can we vote on the first one though today and get that one done? Council? Any further concerns with the bylaw before us?
The only change we really made is the quorum, so.
And the change of going to all members of council instead of a committee of 3. So 2 changes from what currently is in practice. And just 1 amended change. So if everyone's comfortable with this, can I have someone please move first reading? As amended.
As amended, sure.
Councillor Duncan. Further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. A motion for second reading. Councillor Vandermeer. The last one was passed all on one day, though.
Yeah, it's certainly, it's not it isn't a bad practice. It's a practice council has done previously, that there was an amendment, so it should come back with the revised draft for second reading. But again, that would be council's discretion how they'd like to address it.
There was an amendment. We passed first reading. We'll bring it back for second reading and the additional bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you, council.
Thank you. So item 8.2, Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services 2020 Operating and Capital Budget Amendments.
Thank you, council. Reeve Duncan, Reeve Hoven. Before you is the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services 2020 Operating and Capital Budget Amendments. This is something myself as well as our Director of Corporate Services, Murray Hagan, have taken a look at. So the reason why this agenda item is coming before council is the recent regional intermunicipal fire services agreement amended the cost share percentages. So our 2020 approved budget, which is attached within the agenda item, reflected the previous partnership arrangement and percentages. So in order to proceed with the capital and purchases within 2020 that had that regional partnership, the amendments would be required to proceed. So in this agenda item, we separate them with the motions that would be required to accomplish that with capital and operating. And so for capital, we're recommending that council increase the CRFRS capital budget by $39,276. Increase the transfers from the Fire HQ Reserve, which funds some of those capital purchases, by $52,337. And decrease transfers from the Fire Apparatus Reserve by $13,061. Those are reflected in the spreadsheets that are attached with the agenda item as well, to explain those changes and the differences in the allocation proportions. The next one, the other 3 recommendations for operating are to include the station recoveries by $124,513, decreasing HQ recoveries by $190,354, and decreasing contingency by $65,841 in that case. So does council wish me to go through the spreadsheets one by one to explain further or just answer questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, absolutely. So Tracy, if you wouldn't mind going to page 288.
288?
Page 288 of 385. Is that the operating one? Yes. that'll be good. We'll start with capital. Oh. Okay, perfect. So within the capital budget adjustments that I just mentioned as the recommended motions the council could consider, they're listing the units that are being impacted by this budget change. So 904 and 906 are command unit vehicles. The original 2020 approved budget had them each listed at $44,000 as the Clearwater County portion of the total cost of those trucks. With the revised budget, that dollar amount increases to $70,168. And so that's an increase of $26,168 for each of those items. 313 is one that is also impacted. That is a purchase for a unit in Caroline. So that would be a decrease of $12,661 based on the numbers that are up there. 575 was the budgeted amount. We're reducing that to 562,339. With that 12,661, that's a decrease in that budget line item. And again, 306T is a $20,000 trailer. Ours is 19.6, so that's decreasing that one by $400. So the net difference is $39,276. Again, that's that increase motion recommendation to increase that capital by that $39,000. And the other two subsequent motions that are recommended would be the transfers from the appropriate reserves, either not taking money from a reserve or taking money from a separate reserve where command units are funded from generally. So Tracy Lynn, if you wouldn't mind moving on to the operating, I'll go, oh, sorry.
Sorry, yes.
Just before we move off that page, my question is on the unit 313. Is that because the apparatus is coming in under budget, or is there an expectation for the Village of Caroline to pay a portion of that?
That it would be the Village of Caroline's percentage-based agreement. So yes, it's not a budgetary difference. It's the budget remains the same dollar amount. It's just accounting for the fact that there's a partner who's paying for a piece of equipment.
Okay, I need to digest that a little bit. Thank you.
Any further questions for administration? Continue.
Absolutely. When I get to the operating budget adjustments, if council takes a look at that listing, we've got annual recoveries, which are dollars we collect from our municipal partners in the two different areas which the budget would have, which were stations and headquarters. And those amounts have been prorated based on the agreement being extended to the end of March, the original agreement. The new agreement started at the beginning of April, and that's how those costs are split out. So in the case of January to March, there's a difference in cost. There's a total cost of $66,675 and $118,616. And then with the new agreement, again, the costs change a little bit, $324,538, $165,493. So in total, the adjustment required are a decrease in the station cost of $124,513, which is a line I believe Tracy has highlighted at the moment. An increase in HQ of $190,354, a net total of $65,000 increase and $841. So again, those three council motions for council's consideration are to shift the monies around based on the new cost share percentages. Again, stations recoveries increase $124,513, decrease HQ recoveries $190,354, and then the decrease in contingency by $65,841 to put those dollars from contingency into the fire operating budget.
Deputy Reeve Hoven.
Just for clarification, this decrease in contingency, this is not through under the fire department? This is under our general budget? Okay, thank you.
Correct. And if I may, Reeve Hoven, I think I could provide a little bit more clarity around the 313. So the total budget for the 313 apparatus would still be the 575. What the Clearwater County's component of that would be the 562,339. So we'd still be expecting that 12,661 from our regional partner. That would make up the difference to that 575. Does that make sense?
And I believe that's because in the agreement, didn't Caroline move from 1% to 2% of the capital is why that said shows an increase to them?
Any further questions? Councillor Laird.
Just looking back at the capital projects, the 10-year plan, perhaps it's an opportunity for an update or on progress report. Where is the status on these truck orders? I believe there's 101, 102, 312, and then it looks like there's a replacement for unit 201. If you're able to. It's more a curiosity question.
Sure. I don't see 201. Is it 201? Can you just say the numbers again, Councillor Laird?
101.
Mm-hmm.
That's an engine for Leslieville.
And I'm just pulling up the fire chief's report from March, I believe, update. That's the last information that I have handy. So Unit 101 was ordered in 2009. The chassis is expected to arrive at the builder in June. Expected delivery date is still fall of 2020. Could be delayed due to requirements put on the builder related to pandemic COVID-19. Did you say Unit 102 as well?
Yes.
Okay. Again, ordered in 2019. The same information, chassis expected to arrive at the builder in June with a late fall delivery. Again, could be COVID-related delays, hopefully not.
$313, does that help?
313 was also ordered in 2019. Exact same information, chassis ordered, late fall delivery expected 2020. Again, could be seeing delays related to COVID-19, but we're hoping not.
And 201 or 200, not sure what, there seems to be some numbering challenges.
That one I know is not ordered as of yet. I believe it's in the speccing process. Let me just see if I can find it on here.
What number was that, Councillor Laird?
200.
200, okay, thank you.
And then they're saying it's going to replace 201. It's in red there.
Oh, I think I'm seeing why I'm missing it. Here we are. So we're calling it a Unit 205 in this document. Was originally Unit 201 in the 2020 approved capital budget. CRFRS headquarters opted to amend the unit number to 205 to align with unit number sequence and consistency throughout the service. This was identified when they looked at hose loads per apparatus. So a 205 unit is a wildland urban interface engine. So that's how it's classified. The Fire Apparatus and Equipment Committee, in conjunction with the county's Public Works Fleet Manager, are working on a spec for this unit as we speak. We will need to have a very detailed spec because due to the COVID-19 and markets across North America, the Canadian dollar has been changing, so vendors are only providing a quote that's valid for 7 days, which is a different practice than we were used to. So the spec is expected to be complete in mid-May. So I don't believe it's complete at this time, but it's still a work in progress.
A subsequent question.
Sure.
Do we know what year the current truck it's replacing is at all? Like, it just seems like it's being ordered early,
I'll have
which
to, I
maybe it
didn't,
needs to be, I don't know.
I
And-
apologize, I didn't bring that binder with me that has the information. Can I follow up in terms of that date?
I guess where I'm going is with the current world economics, is this an opportunity to potentially just hit the pause button for a moment and let our dollar recover? I certainly don't want to slow down, operational programs and whatnot, but I do see the value in being sensitive to what's going on in the world economy. That's just one thought, and that's why I was asking the questions. I'll let the rest of my council give that a few thoughts, if that's something that they'd be interested in. The other part, when we talk about Unit 313, that goes to Caroline, that engine rescue unit, and amalgamation, and the fact that we ordered this in 2019, I don't understand. I feel like we have already ordered the unit with the expectation of paying for it fully. I'm not sure it's appropriate for us then to expect our partner to pick up the tab on something that we ordered a year ago, or whenever we ordered it. Maybe that one, with the current situation, not knowing, I know that it's the agreement, maybe it needs left alone. I would like some conversation around that. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. I'm just not sure that it's appropriate that we, since we already ordered it, with the expectation to pay it. I look forward to the conversation.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, I think that's a good observation that Councillor Laird has made. Normally, when you commit to something, that's when you allocate the percentages and portions. So I would certainly have no trouble with Caroline paying what they had agreed to pay back when it was ordered.
Councillor Duncan.
Are those funds coming out of reserves, aren't they? For that, like 313 would be paid for out of existing reserves?
I believe so, yes.
So the money is already there in reserves. So I would leave it alone then at this point.
Have the changes we've seen been presented to Caroline? Have they budgeted for that amount already?
No, they have not been presented to Caroline.
Okay.
Administration was under the understanding that that formed part of the mediation discussions, but I could be wrong, so we could certainly do that if council wishes. Yes, they form part of the discussion during mediation.
Okay. So we don't know if that, what was it, 13,000, 12,000?
12,661 plus $400. So
Caroline recently passed their budget. Was that amount included in their budget? Have they already allocated the funds for it?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know either way, though.
I guess for me, at what date was the truck ordered? And did we have an agreement in place at that time? And then we would go with whatever agreement was in place at that time. If we didn't have an agreement in place, then I think there has to be a further discussion whether it's the 1 or the 2% that would be owing from the village.
According to the current agreement, it's 2%. Administration forwarded that 2% number to Caroline. We do not know what they've done with that number. We know they recently passed their budget, but we do not know if that 2% was included. So do we extend the offer before we are asked at the 1%, or do we just expect the village to follow through with the new regional agreement at 2%? Thoughts? Councillor Laird?
Effectively, I would agree with Councillor Lougheed. I mean, if we can look back at the date of order and the commitments that were in place at that time, which according to this, if the total value of that unit is $575,000, that would have been a commitment of 100% county-funded unit. I have no expectation to burden another council with something that we previously had committed to in our capital projects. To come after the fact, I recognize that we're into a new agreement, but at that time we were still under the old agreement, and I quite frankly, I don't think it's fair. I think that we'd be burdening another council with an expectation that we already had agreed to cover. That's what my brain is kind of working through.
Murray?
Thank you, very quick. Just wanted to add some clarification. Not sure if it's working or not. Just wanted to add some clarification that the original, previous agreement regarding regional fire and Village of Caroline was actually silent on capital purchases. So Councillor Laird is correct that our 2020 budget is 100% purchase obligation by Clearwater County, and the same would apply to the 316 unit trailer as well. So what these calculations assume is that we go from 100% Clearwater County contribution to 98%, which is 2%. So there was no 1% previously.
So it's a $12,000 decision? We have numbers to approve that have Caroline pay their 2% on the capital purchase. If we're going to change that, I think we need a motion because we're spending an additional $12,000. So anyone care to make that motion?
I'm not exactly sure how to make that motion, so I may need some additional assistance. But I believe that the motion for the Caroline and Clearwater shared capital units as presented to 313 and 306T, if they were ordered prior to signing the new agreement, that we should continue on paying 100% as previously expected. I hope.
Yes, Murray.
Thank you. What I would suggest is that if it's council's desire to leave funding those two units at 100% county, then we would revise our recommendation that the agenda item there to increase regional fire capital instead of 39,276, which is the net number, or we change it to 39,276 to 52,337. Leave the second line and decrease or eliminate the last line of the capital adjustment. So in essence, you increase the capital spending by 52,337, and you're increasing transfer from the fire HQ reserve by the same. And then that covers those two units.
Could I trouble you to go through those numbers one more time for me?
Absolutely. So the first line, I would change 39,376 to 52,337. I would leave the second line as is, and I would delete the third line. This is all on the capital. And that will effectively take away any adjustment related to an assumption that Caroline's going to fund those two items.
So there's currently a motion. Well, Cammie made a motion, so we're gonna have to rescind it, and then if Cammie wishes, she could rescind it.
I will rescind my motion. Thank you.
So any further discussion, or is there a counselor who would like to approve or move the staff recommendation as amended? It's a tough crowd today. Counselor Vandermeer.
Sure, I'll make the motion for the staff amended numbers.
Further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. So the next item on the, was that everything, Christine?
Yes, thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the Town of Rocky Mountain House Ecocenter project proposal. It is 5 minutes to 12. I think we'll take our break for lunch and we'll plan to be back at, we have the delegation at 1 p.m.
The next item, 15 minutes.
Okay, well, let's try to meet at 12:40 and the delegation at 1 o'clock. Thank you. It's 12:42. I would like to call the meeting back to order. I've misplaced my agenda. Here it is, underneath. 9.1, the Town of Rocky Mountain House Ecocenter Project Proposal.
Good afternoon, Reeve Hoven, Deputy Reeve Swanson, Council. Earlier in the year, Clearwater County Council and Administration attended a presentation put on by Sonavera International Corporation on recommended waste reduction strategies that could be implemented in the town of Rocky Mountain House and within the Rocky Mountain House Waste and Recycling Transfer Station. One of the recommendations was to convert and reconstruct the Rocky Mountain House Waste and Recycling Transfer Station into a diversion-focused eco-center. As such, the town of Rocky Mountain House Council on April 21st, 2020, at their regular council meeting, resolved that council amend the 2020 operating budget to proceed with an eco-center design and development proposal as submitted by Sonavera International Corporation in the amount of $25,905, with the funds coming from the Environmental Reserve. Through confirmation via email by the CAO of the town of Rocky Mountain House that the town were not planning to have anyone present to speak to this, both Reed and I will provide to each of you an overview of what exactly an eco-center is. To paraphrase the information already provided in the agenda itself, an eco-center in essence complements existing waste and recycling programs already in place. The four most common themes within an operating eco-center are typically: 1, the inclusion of customer pay programs whereby there is in place incentives for certain recycling initiatives. 2, branding, reuse, and customer interaction engagement programs. 3, the reduction of waste collected in the eco-center by creating a higher public recognition level to waste diversion. And 4, it is typically community supported financially through additional fees and/or taxation. This can be clearly seen with respect to fees in the attached informational attachments for Cochrane, Spruce Grove, and Strathcona County. Currently, the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority charges no fees at the Rocky Transfer site, other than $20, a $20 charge for freon removal from incoming fridges and freezers. Furthermore, as to what is accepted for recyclable and reusable materials, that can be at the discretion of the eco-center. But in most cases, it can be any number of items from various types of plastics to electronics to milk containers. As an example of what the Rocky Mountain House Waste and Recycling Transfer Site accepts, please refer to the additional handout given to each of you prior to the presentation of this agenda item, which is given in this particular one here. So it gives you a bit of a idea in comparison to Spruce Grove, Strathcona County, and Sherwood, or Cochrane as well. Finally, an eco-center also typically has elements of design and best practices, such as efficient traffic flows, is undercover, as shown in the photo of the Washington County Eco-Center, and that's the very last photo in your agenda item itself. This one here is an example of the Washington County Eco-Center. In conclusion, or I should say, again, they look at efficient traffic flows, undercover, exhibits user efficiency and functional offices, and collection recycle sites. In conclusion, eco-centers are convenient waste drop-off facilities where you can bring electronics and household hazardous waste like paint, batteries, and light bulbs, and anything that does not belong in your garbage. Or, in other words, a more fashionable version of the Rocky Waste and Recycle Transfer Station. A couple final notes. The attached Sonavera Eco-Center Design and Development Project Proposal makes reference in section 4.3, titled Best Practices Review, to eco-centers serving similar populations and diversion options as to that of Rocky, namely Cochrane, Alberta, Hamilton, Ontario, Edson, Alberta, and Orange County, North Carolina. And so as to get some idea of what these facilities and sites look like, Reed and I have put together and given each of you a Google map photo of each of these facilities except for Hamilton's, and that's this handout here. So each of those photos, the very first one exhibits the Google map view of the Cochrane Ecocenter. The next one is the Edson District and Recycling Society Center, or their Ecocenter. The third picture shows the Enviro Service Station. They don't call it an Ecocenter in Sherwood Park, but it's an Enviro Service Station. And that's this photo right there that's currently up on the screen. And then finally, the very last one is the Orange County, North Carolina overview, looking down as per Google Maps of what their facility looks like. So finally, I just want to add one last little bit note here. The town of Rocky Mountain House feels it would be valuable if Clearwater County provided their input into the possible option of an eco-center and what Clearwater County would want or need as a service. Thank you.
Any questions for administration? Councillor Duncan.
I may have read it somewhere there. I think typically the way these Enviro centers work is that there's no charge for the recycled part of it, unless it's maybe excessive volumes, but after that, when you get what's left that goes into the garbage, there is a charge for whatever garbage you throw into the landfill.
Councillor. That's correct, Councillor Duncan. Usually there's incentive for recycling, and as far as the stewardship waste, things like electronics, things that are part of the Alberta program for waste, typically those aren't charged, okay? Other lines of recyclables, depending on what they are, can have charges with them, and there's charges more identified with certain waste items, usually bulky items and things that you can't regularly dispose in a curbside collection situation.
So the ag ones would probably fit if we were, if we were trying to run those through an eco-center, that would be probably tough without some either extra capacity for sure because they're bulky, and then perhaps a charge as well because they are bulky and hard to ship.
That would be correct. It's quite possible. Like there's some, depends what these programs evolve to. I think they're just getting started with some of these ag programs. I think there will be certain funding for a certain amount of that. Now, what exactly that'll all entail at the end of the day, but you would look, I think the key with these types of programs is transport's always a big cost. So you have to you may have to look into subsidies of those.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Laird.
Yes. How is what this eco-center different from the recycling that we are already doing? Is there something different other than it's pretty?
Councillor, in and of itself, as I had indicated in my preamble, right now, an eco-center, its version from what we have, it's a more fashionable version of what we have. What these eco-centers do is nothing different than what we do now, but what we anticipate this proposal that they're putting together is going to look at traffic flows, more efficient use of the site, additional potential buildings or putting buildings under cover, etc. Reed, do you want to add on to that?
One of the main changes again will be the focus on diversion is just again a real emphasis on diversion. So currently we do receive a certain amount of waste there on a yearly basis, and the focus, if you can picture if you were Rocky Mountain House, what I'm assuming is they look at curbside collection. Curbside collection will remove obviously you got the black cart right now, that's ideally to move the waste off of there. That goes direct to landfill. If you add a blue bin, which is a recycle bin, that material now can go directly to another facility or to the existing facility depending on what eventually evolves. Your third piece, if you go to organics, where does that material go? okay? So the idea probably, as time evolves, it'll eventually be what is left. You know, so you have your bulky items, you have couches, chairs, things in spring cleanups, you have your electronic waste, all your stewardship waste that have to continue to go somewhere. And then you would also have things like your larger organics, which we take right now anyway. That's your big brush, you know, your brush. So essentially, you know, the focus is diversion to just reduce your intake into the landfill.
Tim?
Yes.
So for a subsequent question, so I understand effectively, we're already doing this, is what I'm hearing you say. It's just slightly different traffic flow and how we would maybe set it up under cover buildings or something. How much is this potentially going to cost to create an Ecocenter? I'm looking for a ballpark number, just.
We can provide that with you. So, in the research that Reed and I have done, the one that came up Sherwood Park, so we use that one. So that one would be your, this one here. This particular photo right there. Okay, so that one, they put in their budget to build this at $6.4 million.
How many square feet is that facility, do you know? Like it's going to be 40, 30, 40?
I'm not entirely sure. We can definitely find that out for you.
So at that eco-service station in Sherwood Park, people drive in, I see it looks like, is that entrance on the garage doors? They drive in and then they've got a covered environment to put all their recycling in the proper bins and then it's like a drive-through?
Correct. That's correct.
Do we have the data on how much waste has been diverted because they've started with this EnviroService station? And are the residents happy with the service? Do we have that data?
Not at this time. No, we didn't have that an opportunity to look deeper into I guess, the benefits of what this would achieve.
And I guess finally, so we don't know what it's done to increase the cost to the residents of Sherwood Park either. Do they have to pay more of a fee?
There are fees now associated with it, and if you go
Whereas it used to be free? Do we know that?
Do you know if it was free at one time, Reed?
It depends on what the materials are. A lot of times they were designed to be free in terms of bringing your stewardship waste. There can't be a charge for that because computers, e-waste, household hazardous waste, paints are all part of a program. So those are already paid for when you purchase items, when you buy them. Tires as well, those types of things. So the charges, this, for instance, in Sherwood Park would be stemmed to create a collection place for what you call your overflow. Your overflow would be what's left from your residential collection. Residential collection on a curbside collection basis. Okay, so that would include, this particular EnviroService station would have bins to the back as well to go through certain other recyclables. If you have an overflow of cardboard, those types of things. It's basically designed for what you call your resident themselves. The emphasis again is to try to get most of these communities would have zero waste philosophies or goals. That's what they're trying to achieve. They specifically don't have any landfill specifically necessary in their region. They have access to them. They are usually in Cochrane's situation, they would have a per capita fee that would be added to that to a certain whatever that is. I think it was $5 a household on addition to other costs. Again, the emphasis is to divert as much waste from landfill as possible.
And in and of itself, to Reeve Hoven, as indicated in their website, they show or say that if you have extra waste occasionally that will not fit into your black cart, you can take these materials to an EnviroService station. A fee will apply. Fees for extra waste, $1 per fluorescent tube. After 10, $5 per small item such as lawn chairs, stools, kids' small pool, kitchen sink, garbage bag, etc. $15 per large, non-reusable furniture items such as couches, appliances, etc. $60 per half-ton truckload.
Okay. Councillor Laird, I'm sorry I took over from you in asking questions. I apologize.
It's quite all right. I'll wait to hear other comments, and then I do have another final comment. I can wait.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my question more has to kind of delve into the incentive for people to participate in these programs. So I'm just getting a picture that we're basically setting a baseline value on mixed material, and if it's separated out and goes into some of the recyclables or diversion type streams, that's a zero cost then. So are we not just setting a fee for mixed garbage and then incentivizing people to separate out those things that could be recycled in this?
Councillor Lougheed, you're correct. Basically, these drivers in most of these markets would be, I would say with the exception of Edson, they have a relatively comparable tipping rate as far as this region. Other places usually have higher tipping fees for landfills, so obviously you base it off of that. For instance, Cochrane's main driver was to build an Ecocenter to transfer waste that would be relatively expensive in their Calgary landfills. Their waste goes to Calgary landfills, so the City of Calgary designated any waste that would have a certain percentage of recyclable in it, whether it be food waste or fiber waste. For instance, that charge would be up from $113 a ton to $180 a ton. So a surcharge, if there was no sorting done, there'd be surcharge. So Cochrane at that stage decided we better, economically, we will have a lower cost and we will provide other incentives for recycling certain materials by doing an Ecocenter.
I guess just maybe a little so then I guess my thought is that for our residents, there may be a base fee then that was never, an upfront fee that would never have been there before this program would start. Am I correct in assuming that somebody delivering a load of garbage that gets charged no fee at this particular time would have to be charged a fee in order to incentivize them to participate in a program?
Yes, you are correct.
That's absolutely
Well,
correct.
there's the potential for that. That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
So am I incorrect in my understanding that the drive for this Ecocenter was so that there could be more recycling of wet organics? That's, I just know in my conversations, that seemed to be a big focus for the town.
Yeah, well, I think the key thing with Councillor Lang, with any organics program, I guess if you look at the Rocky transfer station, currently we take in about 800 tons a year of organics of what we have, brush and trees and grass waste, all the things that we would call yard waste types of materials, which is a significant weight of organics. That's already provided for here. We do take that to the landfill, and we do mulch that on top of one of our existing non-closed landfill faces, which allows us to mix that materials back into our earthen material that requires organics in it for eventual, with any luck, capping. However, that material doesn't enter into the landfill where there's creation of methane gas or anything, so it's quite a acceptable practice. The question for organics would be if it was collected from a household, and now where does it go? Would it go directly to the landfill? Would it go to the eco station? Where does it go from there? Those are the type of things that would need to be obviously worked out in the future with whoever's involved with an Ecocenter.
So can I?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess one of my concerns, and it came up when they put on a study, and in the town, they had the company come in and go through the bags to determine how much was organics, like kitchen organics. And I know the question I asked, what was the comparison with the rural folks compared to the town folks? And they said there was basically no doubt that there was very little kitchen organics that came in from the country folks. So I guess I just, I have concerns about the country or county residents paying for something that they don't need and won't use. So that is one of my concerns. Yeah, and from reading this, it looks like we're basically doing everything without a building. So I just wanted to drive that point home. And this building could cost several $1 million. And I'm not sure if we have the population to make this affordable, and especially during these difficult times. So that's kind of where my head is right now.
Councillor Laird. Excuse me.
I absolutely agree with Councillor Lang's synopsis that we clearly are making a very good effort at diversion and recycling. We, quite frankly, have been working at evolving this program to where it seems to be pretty close to what is being potentially studied and presented. My understanding is, according to the notes on our document here, is that the town is wondering how valuable Clearwater County would find that of value for our residents. And no doubt our residents are already utilizing it in some form or another. So first of all, I do support recycling and diversion and environmental stewardship, and I absolutely believe our residents do. They're clearly already using it. But it appears to be an urban program that is being presented to us to the tune of $6.4 million. We need to be fiscally prudent in our approach. And I can make a recommendation that would be much more prudent. Spend $200 on a sign, call it an Ecocenter, and get on with business. I think that would work very well for us.
Councillor Lang.
There's just one more comment that I want to mention. The Rocky Transfer Station only serves a small number of our residents. Our county is huge. And I'm guessing that upwards to 80–90% of our residents probably don't even come to this center. So that's something that we need to consider as well.
Councillor Duncan.
A couple comments. First, I think it's really premature to assume it's going to be a $6 million building to do this Ecocenter. That's Sherwood Park, and that's a completely enclosed building that's probably engineered, et cetera. There, some of these other examples just show some rooftops over the bins, et cetera. So I think that's part of this study is what some of the questions that could be answered there. You know, we do have some numbers on people coming to the transfer station. At least half of them are from the county. There's a lot of 90,000 visits a year to the Rocky Transfer Station. So we do have a lot of county people using that station as well. We provide recycling at our county transfer sites, but not to the degree, and the example there being the different types of paper. We don't do that at our remote sites on the county. We only do that, or that's only done at the Rocky Transfer Station. So there are differences, and there will always be people that want to recycle more. I brought, you know, I take as much as I can to the Cow Lake one, but I've brought my paper into Rocky so that it gets recycled instead of just mixed paper. It goes to some of the office paper, which is worth a lot more money in terms of recycling. So for me, it's, you know, I think it's worth listening here a bit. I'm not saying we're commit to this, and it may turn out that it's not feasible at that site. We don't know, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions yet here. The actually, sorry, the last comment I would make, and this came through the mediation that comments made there when we initially discussed some of those solid waste issues, was that the the way all these eco-centers work, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an eco-center, I guess, to work that way, is that there is that charge at the end of the line. That's the way that they increase diversion, right? Is that they're giving that option at the start of when you drive in the eco-center, but you're gonna pay when you get to throw your bags in. If it's free to throw your bags in at the end, there is no incentive for the extra time for diversion. And I think all these eco-centers basically work on a lot of that premise to increase diversion.
Yes.
Just further to Councillor Duncan's comment, yes, you're correct. You know, it's 6.4 million. That's probably the Taj Mahal one there. I would just like to point out to council, prior to my time coming on and overseeing regional waste, a preliminary study was done on the Rocky Transfer site. I believe it was by WSP 2 or 3 years ago. And we have put in budget $2 million towards a new building, but that encompassed a review of the entire site and finding efficiencies with respect to that site, which included the potential for new building, baling building, etc. So that was the initial cost associated with it there to potentially move towards a more efficient use of that site at that time.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Just some clarification needed from Kurt. Kurt, what was the cost that previous study came up with?
It was approximately $2 million. We put in budget $2 million, yes.
So my one comment, I know I took a phone call about 2 weeks ago, someone complaining about garbage starting to be dumped in the ditch. And when I look at some of this information, $20 per mattress to haul it to I think it was the Sherwood Park Ecocenter, and $12 for a love seat and $20 for a box spring. Unfortunately, as unemployment goes up and people have less money to spend, my concern is that we would see box springs and mattresses and couches thrown in the ditch outside the landfill or outside the transfer station in the rural areas, or just in the ditch down in oil lease. And we have to make sure that it's affordable waste disposal. We don't want to be having stuff dumped in ravines. We want our residents to continue to use the transfer stations to get their waste into the landfill, because that's the best place for it. So I'm looking forward to seeing this result from Sunavera. It will be interesting to see what they say. So can I have a motion to accept this report as information? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Make that motion to accept Council receives Rocky Mountain House, Town of Rocky Mountain House, Echo Design, Development Project, also for information.
Any further discussion on that motion? I'll ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go back to item 6.1, David Carter, Community Homelessness Coalition. Yep. Oh, yes. We will have a short recess to get everyone set up.
here. Just a little bit of information about our coalition and what our goals are in our community. So we can go to the next slide there.
Have we started the live streaming, Tracy? Because I'm not seeing it yet. Okay.
So the Rocky, I keep calling it the Rocky Homelessness. The Community Homelessness Coalition is a group of agencies and concerned citizens that are seeking to address homelessness in our community. So we have participation from Alberta Health Services, including their mental health and then their public health. We have the Clearwater Regional Housing Authority involved, FASD supports through McMahon, the Mountain Rose Center, which plays a very large role. We have involvement from the RCMP and Victim Services, Rocky Public Library, the Lord's Food Bank, and the Rock Youth Center, as well as some concerned citizens in our community, Cody Spierenberg, Jackie Janes, Kim Wise, Lonnie Kaplet, Richard Nickel, and Del Reeder. So the way that homelessness is defined broadly is the situation of an individual, family, or community without stable, safe, permanent, or appropriate housing, or the immediate prospect, means, and ability of acquiring it. So that's kind of what we work from when we're talking about homelessness. You can see it would include people that are kind of on the tipping point, or they have no, I guess, rightful control over their own housing situation as well, would be another way of looking at that. So moving on to some of the other ways that we would look at this then. So you see, you have the unsheltered people, which is kind of who we think of when we think of homelessness. This is someone maybe sleeping rough outside. They have absolutely nowhere to go. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. We have people that are in emergency shelters. We have people that are provisionally accommodated. That could mean couch surfing. That could mean staying with family, but kind of close to overstaying their welcome. And they're not on any kind of rental agreement or have any kind of ownership stakes there. And then at risk of homelessness. And so 11.4% of Alberta households experience core housing needs. And that would be defined as lacking housing that is either affordable, acceptable for their circumstances. What was the other one? Sorry, I'm kind of in the spotlight here. So affordable and then safe would be the other one. So that could mean either it's not big enough for all the people living there, and especially in these days with COVID-19 and social isolation, you see a lot of households that are crammed pretty full, which is far beyond what they're recommending. And so that core housing statistically equates to 326 households in Rocky Mountain House. And if we extrapolate that to the community, I don't have the number, or to the county, I don't have the number there, but it would be pretty significant for sure. So let's carry on here. So you can see kind of what we determine as affordable housing would be if they pay more than 30% of their gross household income on housing. And you can imagine if you're on a lower income, just how impossible it would be to find housing that falls under that percentage. To live in housing that requires major repairs, and maybe just either the landlord isn't able to do anything about it, or you aren't able personally to make those repairs, and the household size things. And so one of the big things that we see in our work is just that lack of stability and all of the other impacts and implications that has on an individual. So when you're talking from a mental health perspective, or from an addiction or any personal issue, relationships, domestic violence goes up when there is housing insecurity and housing instability. And for myself, becoming a homeowner, and I'm actually a homeowner through Habitat for Humanity, and otherwise I wouldn't be. That's been one of the biggest things that's ever happened to us as a family. And just knowing, even for my youngest son, that he has grown up from right away in a house that was owned by his parents. That's huge and amazing. So I guess experiencing on the other end of the spectrum, knowing the stability that it brings, and then knowing a bit of that insecurity. Also having spent some time just living in a bedroom in someone else's house. So we can look at some of these costs as well, the cost of homelessness on society. What does this actually do? And I won't go through too much of this stuff, but when you look at the average monthly costs of housing people while they are homeless, and you look on the far left there, $1,932 for a shelter bed versus $10,900 in a hospital bed. Anecdotally, there's a lot of time spent trying to figure out what to do with people that are homeless. And that can happen in the hospital, at mental health. That can be something that local business owners have to try and work with. And the library, especially in town, before this COVID caused all the closure, they were actually facilitating a place for homeless people to stay. And so that's one more thing on their plate, one more thing that just detracts from their main mandate, which is to be the library in our community. And so you can think about all of the ways that cost adds up. And let's just continue on there. What triggers homelessness? Now we have a breakdown here. And I think for most of us, and I think, yeah, even for myself, I would tend to have, especially growing up, assumed that if someone was homelessness, it was out of a lack of initiative or character on their part. The more that I have worked in the social sector, and the more that I have met and interacted with individuals experiencing homelessness, the more I've seen that it's just incredibly complex. And there are things that are in common. There are things that you can definitely see. Some of these issues are actually compounded by other areas of the pie chart. A loss of job could be because of an addiction, for instance, or it could cause an addiction in turn that leads to the final tipping point of losing a home. One of the things that Scott Tilby, the executive director of the Mustard Seed in Red Deer, told me is that the main reason that men are homeless is because of trauma. And I've seen that in the stories and the people that I've interacted with in the food bank, the people that have experienced incredibly traumatic losses in their life, and just horrible situations. And it leads them to a point where they're not able to get back on their own feet again. And they need some support, they need a hand. And so we are very concerned about it. And of course, we've been concerned about it from before COVID. Here, let's move on there. We'll look at that. These percentages are a little bit sobering, aren't they? Nearly 1 in 10 Canadians experience hidden homelessness at some point in their lives. More than half of Canadians are living within $200 per month of not being able to pay all their bills or meet their debt obligations. And again, these are statistics that were collected before COVID. Let's carry on. Let's talk about our local data. So for our community, you'll notice before COVID, our core housing need was 11.3%. A homelessness estimation count in 2017 reported 46 people as homeless, and 37.5% of these were chronically homeless, which is more than 6 months. At the food bank, we kind of took on that we wanted to do something, at least to keep people alive during the cold nights of winter. And so we had started an overnight warming center. And so before the crisis, we had 8 unique individuals who were homeless, frequently seeking shelter overnight at our facility. Since the crisis began, and actually, when I sent this in, I've actually seen one more individual become homeless since then, which is a week ago. So we're actually at 4 individuals who've lost housing and have needed hotel rooms or overnight shelter. One individual moved to sleeping in their car, and one actually left and went to Calgary because there's actually more supports available there. So let's continue on. Now, the impact of COVID, I know I've been talking about this already, but it's been severe. Most of the public places they had access to before have been closed down due to the shutdown measures. Even for us as a food bank, we have to be very mindful of people being in and out, and that we're able to serve all of our normal clients and the 30% increase that we've had since then of people seeking assistance because of COVID. And so we can't become a hangout spot. One gentleman asked where he's supposed to pee with no public washrooms. Then for those who may become symptomatic, there's nowhere they can go to self-isolate, and they're at a high risk for either receiving or transmitting the virus. And so again, although this issue has become more urgent with the COVID-19 pandemic, we feel that this has simply highlighted the gaps in our community. Gaps which we need to address for the well-being of our community and its most vulnerable residents. So due to the COVID-19 scenario, we have taken measures to create temporary housing for affected individuals. Our organization, the Lord's Food Bank, has submitted a grant application through the Alberta Rural Development Network, Reaching Home Initiative, to use the Rock Youth Center as a MAT program location for community members who don't have appropriate housing. And included in that is funding to approach hotels for individuals who need to self-isolate / quarantine. And so that's kind of that's our first step thing, and it's falling into place. There's still a few pieces that need to be in place. I know Andrea had mentioned that there was a possibility of using cots that the county has available, and so we're very thankful for that. I think it's certainly doable at this stage, although at the same time, this would be a very temporary measure, and we'd like to keep moving forward towards a better, more permanent solution. As community members, we believe it's crucial to provide safe and secure housing to all individuals, and we do have both measurable and anecdotal data to support that this basic necessity is not currently available within our area. And so we're requesting your support as a county to partner with us as we seek to develop solutions for a homeless shelter. And again, our long-term goal would be to see transitional housing and affordable housing to rectify this deficiency. So while we're working on short-term solutions, we're also looking ahead to what could be accomplished if we come together. And one thing I'll just end with this presentation, we held a community consultation on homelessness a few months ago that was called Stone Soup. And I think we probably all know that story. I remember hearing it when I was a little kid. And there's this idea of, you know, the old man comes into the hungry village and he puts his pot on the fire and says, I'm making stone soup, throws his rock in the pot, and everyone adds their little bit, and by the end they've got a wonderful meal, and they've actually built community as a result. Now, one thing that I've learned in my time at the food bank is that what you have in, I think, every community is you have people that are in need and you have people that want to help. And what you need is a touch point. That's the most important thing. And if you have that touch point, then the needs can be met and the people can give. And ideally and beautifully, what can happen in that situation is community is built. So that's the presentation.
Thank you. Karen or Naomi, did you have anything you wish to add? Oh, my microphone's off. Karen or Naomi, did either of you have anything you wish to add before we get to some questions?
David spoke very, very specifically. I'm good. As am I. David, you did a great job. Thank you.
So council, any questions for any of our delegates? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Oh, so good. Yes, you mentioned it right at the end there, the stone soup. How many participants did you get that day? Because I know it was miserable. I think it was a miserable day. I had intended to come, but I'm out of town.
I wonder if Aaron would remember the answer to the number of participants for that day. I can't remember how many. Let's see what.
Karen, we got approximately 50 from locally as well as Calgary, Edmonton, and Red Deer.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Lang.
I'll just make a comment. David, you said something that kind of hit home with me. I've attended a couple FCSS conferences, and you spoke of the trauma, how that often leads to homelessness, and that's certainly what I learned at these conferences as well. And unfortunately, it's often trauma from childhood that leads to the homelessness as an adult, and it takes a lot to get over this trauma sometimes when you're a kid, when you don't have the adult support system.
So who was the grant application made to? Is that a provincial grant you were applying for?
Yes. That's, it's administered provincially anyway. It was money that was released because of COVID by the federal government. And I believe it was 150 million that was pledged towards homelessness. And then we had applied for the more local Central Alberta office through that, so, yeah.
And so are you currently using the Rock as a shelter for people, or you're waiting for that funding to come through before you're able to do that?
Yes, we're waiting on our funding at this point, yeah.
Okay. My next question is, it's not unfortunately, rural homelessness usually turns into urban homelessness.
Yes.
So, we talk about homeless people in the area. I think most of those homeless people are within our urban centers and not within the boundaries of the county. So have you been able to have this discussion with the town of Rocky Mountain House?
We are actually, sorry.
Oh, keep going.
We are going there on the 19th. Is when our delegation is scheduled for town. And just that was the earliest they could get us in.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we are working specifically, and we do have our specific requests that we want to see the town fulfill as well. But we would love to have your support and your expertise as well. Again, when we're talking about a stone soup, what the county has to offer, I think would be impossible to measure.
Okay, well, the staff recommendation at this time is to accept as information. And I know we will continue to discuss this as a council. It's an important issue. It's a life-saving issue for those homeless people and those people who are struggling. I know my wife and I have had a close family member who struggled with mental illness and was homeless on the streets of Edmonton. So it's an issue that hits close to home for us, and it was community organizations in Edmonton that helped him get through that difficult time. And I think, we have an obligation to help those who, through no fault of their own, are unable to help themselves. So is there a motion to accept his information? Deputy Reeve Swanson? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Motion for Karen and Naomi.
A motion that Karen and Naomi can participate electronically. Good thing we got to that early. Councillor Duncan, so moves. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Whew. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 10.1, Town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County Negotiating Committee appointments.
Good afternoon, Council. So the agenda before Council today is regarding the Clearwater County Negotiating Committee appointments. The staff recommendation is that Council appoints the Reeve, 2 councillors plus an alternate, and the CAO as Clearwater County Negotiating Team representatives to the Town of Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Negotiating Committee effective May 12th until negotiation of agreements for solid waste, revenue sharing, and the ICF are complete, or April 1st, 2021, whichever comes first. So the background for council: the town, village, and the county entered facilitated mediation in November of 2019 to negotiate service agreements for fire, solid waste, and individual revenue sharing agreements with each municipality. This mediation resulted in an executed new regional intermunicipal fire rescue services agreement effective April 1st, 2020. As of March 23rd, 2020, the town of Rocky Mountain House terminated the facilitated intermunicipal mediation due to cost concerns. Although the villages of Caroline is declining participation in further mediation, the town asked that Clearwater County continue negotiations by committee and without a facilitator with the town for the solid waste services agreement and revenue sharing agreement and the ICF. The attached ICF and agreement discussion protocols document, reviewed by both town and county councils, provides for guidelines for the proposed negotiating committee to continue working on outstanding agreements. As per section 4 of the protocols, each municipality is to appoint a negotiating team composed of the following: the CEO, Mayor Reeve, 2 councillors plus 1 alternate, and CAO or designate to constitute the negotiating committee. It is anticipated that the committee will begin negotiations on a new solid waste services agreement immediately. It is also anticipated that negotiations on revenue sharing will follow next, as the town expressed their preference of signing the revenue sharing agreement in conjunction with the ICF. The province recently extended the deadline for municipalities to complete an ICF to April 1st, 2021, which previously was April 1st, 2020, due to the COVID situation. Attached for council's information is the protocols, and if council had any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them.
Any questions from council? Councillor Vandermeer.
Just an observation here on the wording. Let's see the right place here. Yeah, under the staff recommendation where it says until negotiation of agreements for solid waste services and revenue sharing and the ICF are complete. I would suggest there for clarity that we might include the words solid waste services, revenue sharing, and any other agreements related to the ICF are complete. Because as soon as you get into revenue sharing, there are a number of other things related, and the ICF in itself needs to address the suite of agreements that we have with Rocky Mountain House.
Thank you. Councillor Laird?
I can appreciate that there's certainly some discussion around the various agreements that are included in the framework. However, I don't think that we want to open up this negotiating team and process to going through all of these agreements. I think we need to be very specific and focused. I think that helped us greatly in the mediation process to focus in on what the task at hand was. So I think we need to stick with the solid waste agreement, moving on to whatever form this new revenue sharing agreement. And as far as the intermunicipal collaboration framework, we currently have a draft that meets all of the Alberta government regulations and expectations and requirements. I still see no reason that it could not be signed immediately. what is to negotiate is already done. It is simply fine-tuning these other agreements the way that we would like to do that as a partner. But there is absolutely no reason we couldn't be signing this off. I do not know what the reason for the delay is, other than it's being linked to this other process. I don't want to add more to it. I still would advocate for sign the ICF now. There's no reason not to.
Councillor Lang.
Councillor Vandermeer, I understand sort of where you're going, but I have to agree with Councillor Liard. Given how long it took to get a fire agreement, I do not want to complicate this. I just want to get through this waste agreement and move on to the revenue sharing if we have to. I think in this case, the simpler we keep things, the more successful we're going to be.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Well, although I fully understand the need to keep it simple, the revenue sharing is kind of a broad brush item. And there are a couple of other issues around the community that I believe this council has mentioned a number of times that need some attention, and I believe they are related to revenue sharing. You may recall that the town added revenue sharing. If you want me to be specific, I can be very specific as to what I want added. And they would be discussion of the airport agreement together with the sewage lagoon arrangement. Those are very foundational to our community, both in terms of general services and economic development in the area.
I agree that the airport, the sewage lagoon agreement are very important for this area, but I think we need to keep our focus narrowed for this negotiating committee. And when it comes time to renegotiate the airport committee, the people who are on the people who we will be appointing to the airport committee might not be the best. The people we are appointing to the negotiating committee might not be the right people with the background knowledge to negotiate for the airport committee. So if we can get this solid waste and revenue sharing and the ICF done, we might want to put 3 different people in to negotiate those other arrangements. So I think we should just stick with solid waste, revenue sharing, and ICF, and get those 3 checked off, so we can move on. And if there are further agreements, we can come back to this council chamber and appoint new people, or the same people, to sit on that committee then. Deputy Reeve Hoven.
I believe the order of priority here is in regards to, as far as solid waste, is because we do have a deadline to meet, and that is the solid waste for the end of June. The revenue sharing would be struck as a new document because it has expired. And the ICF, of course, as reiterated, I'll reiterate, is the fact that it has been extended 1 year. But I do not believe we have termination dates or close to termination dates on the airport or the lagoon agreements in the near future. And I would, if CEO Emmons could give me a little bit more information on that, when the termination of those agreements were, or when those agreements end, airport or lagoon, the waste lagoon, or are they in the near future if they're not? Because like we seen this morning, we do have our own county priorities, and that is our municipal development plan review, which will take up a lot of time, and our land use bylaw as well. That's also on the table. So speaking as far as administratively, I would just tend to say that our biggest priority right now is our solid waste because of the end of June and going forward with what's recommended.
So would someone care to move the names for the negotiating committee?
Just a question first. ICF to date has been negotiated by a different group than this and different than the mediation team. So am I to interpret from this then that that would be taken over by this negotiating committee?
That is
That's-
my understanding.
Okay.
The negotiating
That was staff's
committee.
intention, that would, okay. Just clarification, thank you.
A mover for names for the negotiating committee. Oh, Rick, can you answer the question?
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. I just wouldn't mind going back. So the agreement for the town of Rocky Mountain, House, Clearwater County for access to their wastewater system expires in 2023. The airport agreement does not have an expiry date. It just has a termination clause. And to address Councillor Duncan's question, it was not staff's intent, this is the request that came forward, was these three agreements go through the negotiating committee. So it truly didn't come from an administrative level. It came from a request from another municipality that these three agreements get addressed at this committee.
And just to confirm what Councillor Laird had said, the ICF, there really are no changes required to the ICF to have it signed. So it's really just the two solid waste and revenue sharing that need to be negotiated.
There is a draft ICF before the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County. It does meet all the legislative requirements, just hasn't been accepted.
Okay, thank you. And before we do the names for the negotiating committee, we do need to approve and have a motion to approve the protocols that I can then sign as Reeve. And included in those protocols is the committee shall consist of the Reeve, 2 councillors and 1 alternate. So could we get a motion to approve the negotiating discussion protocols? Councillor Lahi. Any further discussion on the protocols? Councillor Lang.
It's been run by the town yet? And they're signed?
Any further discussion on that motion? I'll ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. I will sign that after the meeting. And now the names for the negotiating committee. As Reeve, my name should stand. And in our previous, we had a few names come forward just from previous discussion. Councillor Vandermeer, Councillor Lang, and then Councillor Duncan is the alternate. Would someone be willing to move those names for the negotiating committee? Deputy Reeve Swanson? Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries. We'll move on to item 11.1, municipal entrance welcome signs.
The agenda item before you comes from a recommendation from a previous Strategic Planning Council Committee meeting of the whole, where the committee recommended several design concepts to be brought back to council for their consideration. Those additional design concepts are in the attachments of the agenda item. There are 11 design concepts named options A through K. At this time, administration is looking for council's direction to approve a final design concept for development and installation of 7 municipal entrance welcome signs, or alternatively, the council considers input obtained as per Clearwater County's public participation policy prior to approval of a final municipal entrance sign design concept.
Thank you. Any questions for administration?
One question. We don't have pricing on any of these yet, do we? Actually, I could just rephrase that. Are they all relatively the same price, or are some of these examples much more expensive than others?
The designs vary in pricing, but we have allocated $200,000 in the 2020 operating budget, and depending on the design concept, it will be under that amount.
I know for me, I like option B. Now, is option B illuminated? Or can it be illuminated? I like option B. It's simple. It looks like it will still be in style in about 20 years. Is it illuminated?
The quote is not for illumination, but we could explore that.
Okay. Other comments or ideas from council? We have to choose. It's 2 o'clock. Not that I'm rushing anybody. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Yeah, and looking at all the options, I like the fact that we have any of the solid base ones. I think they would be present with less problems than the ones that are on stakes or like on posts, especially as far as cleanup and, you know, I'm thinking of maintenance long term. I guess for me, I like the mountain one. There's no option on this one. Yeah, yeah, is that what it is? Yes, that one right there. That's option I. Yes, I like option I. So I guess for me, it's the significance of our, yeah, I'm a 3D person, so I'm looking at that one. So that's where I'm at.
Councillor Duncan.
I like option I as well and I would prefer illumination to be part of it. You know, especially in the winter, we're looking at far more hours of darkness than we are of daylight.
Oh,
yes.
Can we hide a Sasquatch somewhere in the trees? Just kidding.
Councillor Laird.
I agree. I really like the look of option I. I think it takes option B and makes it into more of a 3D that really represents our area. And I agree with Councillor Duncan. I would like to see it illuminated as well. I think that we spend a lot of time in the dark out here, and I would like to think that we are the council that brings some light to a lot of things, especially how we market ourselves and brand ourselves moving forward.
If I may, council, just one point that I'd like to bring up is that Alberta Transportation may impose restrictions on where illumination signs may be placed. That is their jurisdiction, so they set the rules and regulations around that.
Okay. Does it make a difference to this council if it's not illuminated, you'd look at a different design? Or is it the design illuminated or non-illuminated? The illumination's a nice bonus. Councillor Lougheed.
I guess just one question about the illuminated type sign. I would assume that's something that's self-contained. It doesn't require a utility connection and kind of restrict where we place, and then of course additional costs to pay for the utilities and necessary service fees with that. I just wonder if this sign, the self-illumination, would be self-contained solar or some concept around that.
That's a great question. We have to explore the details of the costing around that. We will need just obtain basic quotes at this time. We can certainly get back to council with information.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer.
I would just agree with what appears to be an observation by Councillor Lougheed. to provide utilities, to provide electricity to these locations, many of which that I can think of are rather remote from, or at least would require some considerable expense to bring electricity to those exact locations. So although I would like illumination, and perhaps we can do it via some solar mechanism, which may not work that well in the wintertime, I think that maybe because of cost, we may have to go without illumination, or at least provide illumination only where it's very convenient to do so, because I can anticipate the cost being quite substantial to move to that grade.
So if the cost of illumination comes under the budgeted amount, is council okay with that, even though it's an increased cost? Everyone good with that? Okay, so I'm hearing the consensus is for option I, illuminated if it fits in the budget, and if it's above budget, we'll do the non-illuminated, or do people wish to see that total if it's over budget? I'm getting the feeling it's, yes, Mr.
Just one further comment to the illumination thing. Would there be opportunity to have some signs in the highest traffic area be illuminated, and those that are more remote, perhaps a non-illuminated version of that if it all fits within the overall budget?
Okay, so we will move forward. The consensus I'm hearing is move forward with option one, and administration can look at, they have the budget amount and they can put the illuminated signs in the busiest places and the non-illuminated signs in the slowest places, all within that budget limit. Anything else to add?
Hoven, just two more comments. The 7 signs would replace the current existing wood signs. They're located on the numbered highways entering Clearwater County. So that would include Highway 22 north and south, Highway 11 east and west, Highway 54, Highway 12, and Highway 53. And just one more comment that I forgot to mention earlier is if you look at option J, which is just the next page after the option I, this type of design facilitates a bit of an easier update and visibility of fire bans in the event that we needed a little bit more visibility and attention drawn to fire bans when peak season starts from March 1st to October 31st. Just something to consider.
Option J.
That's correct. It will be similar to option D, where the fire ban in effect would be hanging below the sign, in between the posts.
Okay. Any thoughts on the fire ban sign? Councillor there.
Thank you, Jaditsa. I actually did look at that very thing, and when I look back at how it fits on option A, just somewhere on the base, I think that we can incorporate that onto option I that we are all more fond of and make that work from that perspective. That's how I kind of envisioned if you took it and looked at how they've got it attached on the base of option A. I think we could put it on, attach it on the base of option I.
Okay.
Any other details? Okay, can we have a motion? Do we need a motion, or is that clear enough? Okay. Councillor Duncan, further discussion on the approval of option I? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Yes.
If I may, are there some of the older signs that could be put on roads like the Rainy Creek Road that's got some of the older small signs, you know, where we've got a little more traffic flow? I think that would be a nice thing to do with any that aren't overly weathered.
Just as a FYI for council, there are signs that fall in between the numbered highways. I cannot recall at this point in time if Rainy Creek Road does have a sign or not, but the only downfall to having or repurposing the wooden signs is that they would not have the same current logo that Clearwater County currently uses, which is the dark blue rim where Clearwater County's text is illustrated.
No, you said 115 or 50?
15 metal signs.
Thank you. Okay, that's good for everyone? Let's take a 5-minute break and stretch your legs and come back fresh in 5 minutes. It's 2:11. I'd like to bring this meeting back to order. Item 11.2, support for private members Bill C-221, the Environmental Restoration Incentive Act.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. As noted in the agenda item, MP for Lakeland, Alberta, and Shadow Minister for Natural Resources, Shannon Stubbs, is looking for support for her private members bill C-221. And a request for this support was sent to the town of Rocky Mountain House. Clearwater County did not receive one directly, but has been invited by the town to sign a joint letter of support for this bill. The essence of this bill is suggesting that the federal government create a program whereby flow-through shares can be offered by the corporations that own these wells currently, and it provides a source of funding for them to pay for the remediation of the wells, and at the same time promotes investment from the private sector by way of tax credits flowing through the ownership of the shares to the shareholders themselves.
Any questions for administration on this? Councillor Duncan.
I had trouble following this. Does it make financial sense? Is it, like, there's got to be investment by the feds here, right, in order to make that work? Somebody has to put some money into this.
Actually, the investment comes from the private sector, but the investors themselves get the benefit of the tax credits that the government would otherwise be giving to the companies to give them an incentive. That flows through to the shareholders themselves. So that compensates them partially for their investment in the shares in the first place.
Okay.
So it's basically a tax break as opposed to a cash inflow or an investment by the federal government.
But nobody's yet determined what that rate is, or how high it's going to have to be to make it attractive enough to actually attract the investors.
No, I don't know what those details are exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, the question I have is, will this be a good investment for the investors? Because if we're encouraging investors to get into something that maybe they get a small tax write-off, but ultimately turns out to be a very poor investment, that would not be a good thing to do.
I think the only possible return for investors here is the tax write-off, right? That's their decision, is black and white. There's no other risk there. It sounds pretty risk-free to me from what, if they just understand what the tax credit's going to be if they make this investment.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess I'm wondering how this program would interlace with the program that's already been announced, the Orphan Well program, and they seem to be addressing some of the similar concerns, and I wonder if there's an opportunity for these two bills to interlace, or would one supersede the other, or I just don't know much about it.
I would suggest, Councillor Lougheed, that that is something for MP Stubbs to consider as well. I don't think we have enough details to know whether one supersedes the other or not. At this point, if it was decided that the current federal government program that has recently been announced was going to be sufficient, I would expect that MP Stubbs would probably withdraw this private members bill. Alternatively, she may look at it and say that it complements the federal government program and would still be looking for support to take it forward.
So do we support? Do we sign the letter of support? Yes or no? Councillor Laird.
I'm confused why this particular MP would send this forward through what I would say is, it sounds like AUMA and their grouping, recognizing that the largest amount of people with these issues are rural municipalities. I'm not clear on the route this took. I feel we do not currently have enough information. And as an investment, call it what it is. They're looking for some sort of tax opportunity here. It's not a real investment. Yeah. This feels awkward to me. If we had more information, and perhaps it was sent directly to the rural municipalities so that we could look at it from a rural perspective, I think I could get behind this. I think it would be important that RMA actually saw it and could provide their perspectives. At this point, I don't think that this is something I could support.
Do we have that information? Has RMA seen this proposal?
I don't know.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Is this time sensitive for us to reply to? That's where is this time sensitive for us to reply to? Like, do we have to reply, or can we just ask for more information and reply at another point in time?
I think that's entirely up to council. If council would feel more comfortable obtaining more information, then I think that would be a reasonable request. We've been asked to support it, but I'm not aware of any timelines that were attached to that request.
Supplement?
Yes.
Just, then I would ask then that you even contact the RMA Association to see if they have vetted it as well.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I would just conclude personally that I don't see near enough information here for me to support this. So unless more is available, or unless the RMA comes with some analysis, I'm not prepared to do anything with it.
Councillor Duncan.
On, I guess it's page 11 of 23 of this one, or like 356 of 385, there are some quotes to members of the provincial government saying that they are seeking this as well. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy, and even CAP, looking for different tools to deal with orphan wells. So I think it's out there at higher levels than just the counties. But I've never heard anything from the province, or I've never seen anything from the province saying that they are supporting this. It's strange they would go through an MP and a private member's bill as opposed to a First Minister's meeting or something like that to look for this solution.
CAP's statement on page 12 of 23 is fairly vague.
Yeah.
And it could apply to many different proposals. If we're going to contact RMA to see what they think, we should also contact CAP to see what they think specifically of this private member's bill. Okay.
You can ask them then.
So can someone forward that question to CAP for the presentation?
Yes.
And we'll send an information request to RMA on what, if they've had a chance to investigate it? Okay, can we get a motion for those 2 points? Councillor Duncan?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? We will vote, and if it passes, we will get further information. And we'll be able to talk to CAP directly in 2 weeks' time. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, council.
Item 11.3, the tax rate bylaw 1093-20.
You have before you the tax rate bylaw for second and third reading. First reading was brought to council at the second meeting in April with direction for a 0% tax rate increase at that time. Also, the province school requisition rates are at the level they were at in 2019. The penalty dates are November 6th and December 15th for 6% or 8% on November 6th and 4% on December 15th. The changes made to the bylaw since you've seen it last was in the first paragraph, just change the 2019 to 2020. On the second page, the assessment base for the municipal levy purposes, in the first kind of block of assessment numbers there, you'll see we've broke out the non-residential small business assessment out of the non-residential total there. So your non-residential assessment went down by the same amount that the non-residential small business went up. So the total of the assessment base stayed the same. Just identifying that assessment that's been classified as small business currently. The next block, that should have been the assessment base for the provincial school requisition, and somehow the municipal levy assessment got put in there. So I've handed out a sheet that has the assessment numbers for the provincial school requisition. So machinery and equipment are exempt. It's been put into the exempt from school requisition block. And you'll note that the non-residential small business assessment is not identified separately here because they will be levied the same rate that the rest of the non-residential assessment ratepayers are levied. And that's because the MGA states they can have a 25% discount on their municipal levy, but the school requisition would remain the same. The bottom of page 2, there's been an addition to the non-residential small business. You'll see that the tax levy is identified separately from the rest of non-residential. That equates to $14,567 less in municipal tax revenue. And on the final page, the assessment numbers for the school requisition levy just decreased by the provincial assessment base that's in Clearwater County. Those assessments are exempt from provincial school. Did not change the rate at all. Is there any questions? Anything else I can clarify for you?
Any questions or clarifications? Seeing none, would someone care to make a motion? We have to grant second and third reading of Bylaw 1093/20. Councillor Vandermeer? Second reading. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. A motion for third reading. Councillor Laird, any discussion on third reading? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. CAO report.
Good afternoon, Council.
Before we go on, is there a Public Works report? Because I did not get that. Thank you. Mr. Emmons.
Reeve Hoven, Council. So the CAO report from May 12th. Clearwater County COVID update. Alberta's relaunch strategy began last week with some restrictions lifted and is expected to continue with stage 1 as early as May 14th. In consideration of the upcoming changes, Clearwater County's Emergency Coordination Center, the ECC, is cautiously anticipating to reopen all county facilities and public access after the May long weekend. This will be reevaluated next week against any changes that we see from the province. Extra safety measures will be put in place as updated floor signage, physical distancings, floor signs, enhanced sanitization strategies, and other measures as deemed appropriate. Although county facilities will be reopened to public access soon, the county's communication will still encourage the public to continue utilizing alternative technology such as phone, email, website, social media for general inquiries or transactions that can take place without an office visit. County staff will continue to screen visitors and contractors and follow safe work practices and procedures to mitigate the spread of COVID. County facilities remain closed to the public access until May 15th, meaning opening by appointment only. All non-essential public and staff events still remain canceled until May 15th. All non-critical work-related travel outside Clearwater County is prohibited until May 15th or further notice. And there can be further information found on our website. Number 2, along with the new police costing model unveiled by the province in December of 2019, the Justice Solicitor General Ministry also announced the establishment of an Alberta Police Advisory Board to give municipalities a voice in setting provincial policing priorities. This board will be implemented in 2 phases. In the first year, an interim board will develop the structure and scope of an advisory board. On completion of the interim board's mandate, the work of the Operational Police Advisory Board will begin for a 4-year term. As per the terms of reference developed by the Justice and Solicitor General Ministry, the interim board will comprise of 4 representatives from the RMA, 4 representatives from the AUMA board, 1 representative from the Alberta Association of Police Governance Executive. The interim board will be primarily focused on developing the appropriate board structure, governance processes, and mandate to support an efficient and effective operational police advisory board. This interim advisory board will also have the responsibility to keep municipal members, such as councils and local police advisory committees, apprised of government policing priorities and initiatives respecting policing priorities and interim mandate matters. Council had any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go on to the Public Works report. Any questions for our Public Works, or do we wish to be led through this? Any questions for the Public Works Department? Seeing none, we will move on to councillor reports. Councillor Duncan, anything? Anything you wish to share?
Sure, I did update council a bit on the brief conversation we had with Alberta Environment Parks about the upcoming long. I think we've had some more information come forward since then. As of right now, I believe there is no OHV ban, and I think the fire ban is still in place, but they anticipated that it would be lifted if conditions warrant. The fear at this time of year is that, and this is a late year, that it's not green enough so that it can get very dry very quickly and the fire hazard can rise very quickly. The other fear that the government has is that if there is a large fire, that would stimulate the camps and work-related situations that are difficult to manage for the COVID side of it. So one of the reasons why they want to avoid having any large fires if they can, and to that end, I believe they have stepped up the program for initial attack, et cetera, so that can be hopefully prevent any large fires from getting out of control. I guess we've seen the news that from a county perspective, there will be no barbecue this year, no check stops, large-scale check stops for the May long weekend. Otherwise, there will be the enforcement out there, and I suspect as busy as it has been so far that we will see, unless the weather is otherwise, quite a large number of people out there, and it's fairly wet out there. I would expect we could see some damage to trails and stuff from if there's large numbers of people quadding, et cetera, when the conditions are this wet, so. I have had some initial, or we've had, Clearwater Trails Initiative has had now just 2 conference-type calls with Alberta Environment Parks, and so initial discussions on how we can possibly how they want to move forward with recreation management in the West Country. They are exploring a number of options, including a Trails Act and other ways to approve trails and manage trails, fund trails, et cetera. These are initial discussions. They have not received any approval from the minister to move forward with public engagement or any actual development or sub-regional planning, et cetera. So we're just some slow initial steps there, but hopefully we'll get some momentum as things get closer to back to normal.
Thank you. Councillor Laird?
Couple committees, the library board for the town, Rocky Mountain House Library. We're considering budget impacts of how COVID-19 has affected the actual budget, recognizing that there's certain fundraising activities again that are being hampered. On the alternate side, there's less programming going on, so we're waiting to see how that's going to shake out a little bit. We do imagine that there is going to be some sort of budgetary implication. We've done a lot more work with regard to online services, reaching out into the community, and we are working towards a solution for a phased reopen as the province gives us some additional direction, and that's starting to happen already. The second piece is more budget related for 2021. There was some changes about how we invoice for committee member or trustee member remuneration from 2019 and 2020. Looking at how we pay that remuneration out. Historically, what we've been doing is each municipality pays the town and us respectively. We pay our board members directly. They submit their paperwork and documentation to each of the municipalities, and they're paid. So that's now being revisited by the town and by our committee, our board, to see if we are going to be paying that out directly. For us, it would be right hand, left hand spending. I suspect it would be the same for the town, because if we have to pay more from the board itself to the committee members, it would just mean that likely we'd see an increase to what their ask would be of the town and the county. So that, I think, we'll be having more discussion as we move forward, but that's one to look for in part of budget. Then we had the airport committee meeting. So a couple items that came out of that. We're looking at the airport agreement itself, but prior to that, we were looking at there's a rental tenant that we have, and of course lease agreements. And the current lease agreements are always brought to the airport committee for review and approval. And then there seemed to be some confusion about this tenant agreement, which probably should have fell well within the parameters. It's my understanding that the 2 CAOs are going to look at how the agreement is worded. In my review of the agreement, point number 3 of the current agreement says the commission shall develop policy, rules, regulations, and direct the town in all aspects of operating and managing the airport in a safe and efficient and effective manner. So based on that, I think that it, like every other lease, would come up for discussion for the committee at this time. So I suspect that the 2 CAOs will have that discussion, determine it, and in a month it'll come back to us, and we will continue to look at whatever the new one is that they have presented about a year ago. So we've got to do some backup work on it. The second one is the terminal building design. It comes with a $2.6 million price tag for a modular design. It's for 4,000 square feet. I do have the information here, and I'll be ensuring that you get a copy of it. There's quite a bit of discussion about how to make that design smaller and more cost effective. So there's currently work being done by the town, as they are the managing partner, to look at a smaller design. Comes with cost savings and potential costs to build on later, so that we can measure that. Just by way of background, the current building that is being used as the terminal is circa 1978, and it is 2,000 square feet on the main floor and 2,000 square feet in the basement, which is not very usable due to various asbestos abatement and mold and that sort of thing that we need to work through. So that should be coming back to us in a month. So I suspect the town administration is working on that. The third thing is revising the current review and revision of the current airport agreement. That is going to be coming forward, I suspect, to the respective councils. It was something that was voted on in November of 19, so it needs to be coming forward so that we can discuss the best way forward to review and revise that agreement. Likely, you know, there was a lot of discussion around who should sit on that committee, whether it should go to the ICC for intermunicipal collaboration. I'm not sure it really belongs there, given that that would be more tri-council, and this is really the town and the county running an airport together regionally. So, and the value of having community members at the table who utilize that airport and what it does in the community. I think we'd be, quite frankly, I think we'd be losing a very valuable voice at that table if we were not going to have them there as part of the committee. They bring some really good perspectives. And the last thing is the air show is canceled for 2020 due to COVID, and they're aiming for putting on the air show in 2021, pending pandemic having eased somehow, or solutions around the pandemic and COVID-19. So that is my report.
If I could just add one thing, I also was at the airport committee, and you said, the one thing I disagreed with you in that report was you said we will lose an important voice, and we will lose an important voices.
Yes. Because
it's not just one member who'd be excluded, it's removing all the community members, and I'm totally opposed to that. We need more broad, diverse opinions at the table when we're discussing what, you know, hopefully will be a long-term benefit to this community. As the oil patch will be having a tough road in the next few years, we need to look at tourism as one of our opportunities to grow this community. And I think having a good hangar, a beautiful hangar that people want to be at and want to come see, is going to be essential to getting people to come from the major centers out here to our area and spend money and support our local businesses. Thank you. Councillor Lahi.
As you can all imagine, many of my committee activities have been put on hold by COVID or intermunicipal collaboration efforts. So I can report, however, that the David Thompson Rec Board did meet as a Zoom meeting, and it was a good chance to get filled in with the activities of each community around. Although they can't sponsor activities right now, they are planning activities for as we get back to normal. They were also enthusiastic about the supports that Clearwater County is putting in place for other recreational areas, and excited about welcoming another couple of communities into the David Thompson Rec Board. And I think that's about all I can forward. Actually, they had a number of requests that weren't traditional requests, but it was things that are normally taken care of by community volunteerism, but you know, extra mowing and stuff of ball diamonds, care of facilities that when these community centers are under financial stress through not being able to rent their facilities or host activities, that they're looking for sources of little help through the COVID time here, and I think there was some opportunity for the rec board to support some mowing projects, or mowing requests anyway, so. And that's about it for me.
Thank you. I attended the airport committee meeting. Discussed that. Caroline Ag Society is still moving forward with the renovations of the hub. This summer, things are progressing a little slower than they would like, probably due to the extra difficulty of getting people together and getting quotes in. But that will be coming along shortly, and numerous conference calls and telephone calls, some of which we will be discussing in the closed session following the reports.
All right. I have been, of course, this is my first time back to council chambers since the end of March, so hasn't changed, sort of. I've attended, or I've been on the Rocky Learning Center. They've been putting on free courses in regards to extra help for putting on Zoom meetings, the Google Hangout, the Google Meet. Tomorrow they're going to do one on Facebook Messenger, and it's free for anybody to take part. And I thought it was very good for their first go-round. They didn't record it, so that they want more people to take part. So just little things on how to manage those meetings. And because we were such small, we were able to practice, which I think was great. Of course, listening to other various webinars, the Government of Alberta updates, and the RMA webinar last Friday, which going back to the fire ban, there was one comment that was made that they said that 8 provinces have all got full fire bans because it is a particular year where all the forest is at this sensitive that has never happened before. And so that's part of why Alberta's, Saskatchewan, et cetera, it's 8 provinces that are under full fire ban, which that was mind-blowing to me. So also the rec board met via Zoom last Wednesday night. They had some RFPs go out for the ice plant, the replacement of the sound filters at the pool, and I'm trying to think of the other one here just a second. With the RFPs in regards to the ice plant, it came under budget, which was nice by quite a bit, $100,000. The sound filters as well came under around $40,000 under budget too, and the last one, it's just skipping my mind here for a minute, it also came on under $50,000. So that, I believe it was the sound baffles. So that's a good thing. They're still planning to start working on the spray park as well. They're not looking at, they don't feel it might not be opened in August like they anticipated. It might be later. So just with the COVID thing, how they're going to anticipate with that social. So that might not, that capital project will be worked on, but it may not be open this year. Just a reminder that on Thursday at 11:30, I looked up this morning here, AMA, RMA is putting on a Zoom meeting in conjunction or authorizing or with the Alberta government about the Alberta relaunch strategy. It's open to all us members. You just go on to Eventbrite and sign up and you can get on. So when I signed on, there were still 1,800 seats left. So it's just go on there. It's through Eventbrite. And I'll also be on a webinar tomorrow through the EDA, and it's about the film industry, so I'm looking forward to that. So that's it.
I have a question for you. I saw on Facebook the town is selling the Zamboni from the arena.
Yes.
Now, as the county helped fund that Zamboni in the past, due to our rec agreement, does the county see any proceeds from the sale of that Zamboni?
Dealt with capital being sold in the past, or maybe Jim, being your past rec board member, maybe you would know.
Never dealt with capital either. I would assume that it'll go back into their 10-year capital plan. That would be the logical thing there.
Or towards the new Zamboni, like the proceeds from that into the new capital.
Well, but Murray's probably a better way to judge. But budget-wise, until they know what they're going to get for it, how do you budget for what it's going to be? That's why I think it would probably just go into the general capital.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any particular recognition of that possibility within the agreement itself. Go back and take another look, and we can do some follow-up with town administration and see what their plans were in terms of planning for that replacement.
Thank you. Councillor Laird?
I guess that prompted a supplementary question on that came to mind is, has there ever been an opportunity for when something like that, the Zamboni, maybe there's other recreational type of equipments that come due for renewal from the town, could be presented or let our community, county halls, whatnot, board have first right of refusal on purchasing them before they go out to whatever auction or disposal process that they go through. Is there any way that we can request that that happen? So, because I think about how many people go out to, for example, Nordegg or Ferrier, and how a Zamboni for them would be very much appreciated and used, and if they could get it at as first right of refusal, if they don't want it, fine. But I'd like to see that explored somehow. Is there a way that we can achieve that? Perhaps that's a question of staff that we could present an email or something.
I think you could also start at the rec board with that too. Would be bring it back to the rec board, because the rec board always has the recommendation on budgets. So I would start there.
Thank you. Councillor Vandermeer?
Just lots of phone calls.
Okay. So can I have a motion to accept all the reports as information? Oh, sorry. That's terrible. I apologize.
That's all right. No, I only attended 2 meetings by Zoom. One was Community Futures, and of course, everything is confidential there, so it's about loans being ratified. So. And the other one was the RMA virtual meeting that was Thursday last week. So the only thing, that RMA virtual meeting, maybe I missed it before, but they made a comment that these shovel-ready projects, that the dollars to go towards them are for not projects that we've already identified that are in our budget, but they are new projects to stimulate new work. So that was really kind of stressed at that meeting.
Well, it's a little unfortunate because most of the rural municipalities only get the engineering done for the projects that we know we have money for. So unfortunately, I think it puts the smaller municipalities as a complete disadvantage compared to the large urbans. So I really hope that the province can see the wisdom or the lack of wisdom in doing that, so we can get that money spread equally out throughout the whole province, so everyone can share in some of those stimulus dollars.
I have a question with your library board, Cami. I'm just wondering, is the staff still working, or have they been laid off?
We've got a combination of all, of both. Tried to keep as much staff working as possible on various tasks that usually have to wait for sort of a shutdown, essentially. Others we've had to, and some they've needed to, for their own health reasons, take a leave of absence along those lines.
So a motion to accept the reports as information. Deputy Reeve Swanson, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. And with that, we will move to our closed session. Can I have a motion for us to enter closed session? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0, and we will begin our closed session. It is 4 p.m. We have left our closed session. We have one motion resulting from the closed session. Could I have a councillor make a motion, please? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Make a motion that council sends a joint letter to the Village of Caroline to Municipal Affairs to inquire on the status of the Alberta Community Partnership Municipal Restructuring Study Strength Grant application submitted on February 3rd, 2020.
I believe you meant a joint letter with the Village of Caroline, not to the village. Further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.